Just can't get enough. Just can't get enough. Just can't get enough.
Can't get enough of you. Just can't get enough. About your birthday, Okay. Oh wait, y'all can see OBS. Okay. Let me actually move this over yonder. Shit. What's going on? Oh my gosh, it just suddenly became okay. It just suddenly became big. Yep, we got the face cam back. I don't have my setup isn't optimal enough for a face cam on Xenoblade streams. Yes, sir. All right. Okay, let me... No haircut. I didn't get a haircut. Anyways, let's turn on some chill music. Wait, turn up the gain on my mic. Just so you guys can hear me. Alright. Actually, a little more. Is that good? Let me then tilt it this way. Yeah. I don't think. Yeah, the mic's not in view. Okay, good. And now I need to put in the chat. There we go. Oh. Oh, now the face cam's gone. Oh, there we go. What the fuck was that? I don't know what that was. Moving my monitor. Okay, I did not think this set up through clearly. All right. Okay. Actually, put OBS back up real quick. Okay, I think this is fine. Like, can everyone, okay, test to the 212, test to the 212. Hey, can y'all hear me? Speak now or forever hold your chat, if you could stop moving. Yes, okay, I think. All right, Maniacal Malamar, we can hear you. Yes, thank you. All right, now this is the first of what will hope to be multiple media thread tier lists. Just ranking everything I checked out on that you could find on my Bluesky tier list, which was formerly my Twitter media thread. But then Elon decided to say, hey, let's make Twitter worse for no reason, and I migrated to Bluesky. Though I still have my Twitter account up. Gotta avoid imposters and yeah, you know. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff. We got some manga. We got some video games for kids and for older people or kids. We got anime. We got movies, of the animated and the live action variety, the musical and the non-musical. We got lots to talk about. This is something I want to try to do more regularly. Just normalize checking out more media. Aren't adults just old kids? True. Sorry, I don't read comics, but I do read manga. Specifically, I read Berserk. And yeah, I think I've made my opinion on Berserk pretty clear. The only reason it's not an S is because I know for a fact that it's not supposed to be recommended for everyone. Like let's just say there's a reason why you have people saying that they tried to get into it but couldn't because of the content. It's not because Guts happens to be an edgelord at first. There's a lot more than that. Isn't Berserk the ultimate manliness manga? I don't know. I don't know about ultimate manliness, but ultimate dark fantasy. Like, it is the dark fantasy. And it was also, and it's a lot like another series I'll talk about in a bit, where like, the guy was just getting it, where like, Mura was just getting his foot in the door. He was kind of just making up the story as he went along, but it gradually improves. And I'm still really enjoying what I'm seeing here. Alright, but yeah, Berserk Peak, well said, Aiden MB. So you're pulling a Biffweed / Nemesis Blood, right, but in tier list form? Yeah, basically. Although, has Biffweed uploaded his 2024 media video yet? Like, or at least, has he said if it's on the way? Like, has he said anything about that? I know Nem has his 4-hour video. And I also wanted to make a similar video to Nem's, but I was just like, no, fuck it. I'd rather make Mario Kart content. But I also still wanted to make it a video in some form, so I thought this was a solid compromise. Yeah. But alright, now onto the stuff that, for the most part, y'all don't know much about my thoughts on. For instance, welcome to the amazing digital circus! Yeah, this one's also just as good as everyone says it is. Like, I'm so happy to see Alex Rokon killing it in the voice acting industry. Goes to show, he was always better than Josh Scorcher, changed my mind. In spite of his, like, very questionable opinions, like, on video games. Like, nothing sus, nothing controversial, but just, like, well, let's just say, for those who don't know, the only Goomba meme in my head, but anyways, let's just say that, for those who don't know, like, the Dark Bowser fight from Bowser's Inside Story was like the face of final bosses that came out of nowhere and were lame because of it. Even though if you actually paid attention to the story, you'd know that it's objectively false. I've been pronouncing it Rokon. I might be pronouncing it wrong. It could be Roshan. I don't fucking know. But yeah, you knew him as Hades VA. I've been following the man since he first started making countdowns. I really want to meet him in person someday, because he's like my childhood hero, staying relevant and doing better than ever. I love that. But anyways, amazing digital circus. Like, I'm not 100% sure when I got into the pilot, but I know for a fact it was this year, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And then episode 2 came along with Gamigo, and like, it just went so fucking far. What's up, Meta? Like, it just went in a direction that I don't think anyone could have possibly expected, in all honesty. And yeah, episode 2, actually my favorite's episode 3, where they're going through the haunted house, and you get to see Kinger and Pomni bonding. It's actually a really good dynamic. And also Kinger's my favorite character in Digital Circus, so it's very nice to see him actually seeing him get the spotlight. So instead of doing a video similar to Biffweed, you're doing a video similar to Biffweed. Nathaniel Bandy! Have you seen Chari 5's Everything Wrong with Sonic X Shadow Generation? No, those videos aren't my thing. I don't watch them. Yeah, we got a Candyland. Yeah, Digital Circus had a Candyland, Haunted Mansion, and McDonald's episode. Yeah, and I also really like the juxtaposition with like how like Ragatha and the others are just completely fine. Like, they're literally just sitting down at a casual dinner, nothing's going wrong, but then you cut back to Pomni and Kinger, and it's like they're going through the most horrific shit. But then they go through it together, and it's actually a really well done emotional moment. Emotional beat. Episode 4, I mean, I don't think it's as good as, like, episodes 2 and 3, but it's still really nice. And it's nice to see, who's the masked character that Marissa Lenti voices? Jack's best character? Yeah, I'd say my favorite is Kane. Especially since in episode 3 he had a therapy session with Zooble. I didn't expect that either, but I also really liked Gangle. Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to see Gangle actually getting to do literally anything, as Gangle's always just been like a background character at best, which is just kind of unfortunate that they're like kind of wasting one of their supposed mainstays for someone who gets like a title drop. Like, gets their name dropped in the show's opening theme. But, I mean, it's still... So, like, it was really cathartic to see her finally getting a proper episode. Hopefully we could get a Jack-centered episode. Yeah! Yeah! I'd love to see a Jack-centered episode. Honestly, the McDonald's one could have also been the Jack-centered episode. Like, just by virtue of his apathy. But, yeah. yeah, Digital Circus, good. Cannot wait to see what comes of it. And, alright. Scott Pilgrim takes off. Now, when I first heard this one, I know I was well aware that they were gonna do a bait and switch, but I didn't think it was gonna happen to like the main fucking character. So like that was definitely a shock, but otherwise, I thought it was really solid. Gooseworks has already specified each character is getting an episode, and which episode they're getting. I just forgot the specifics. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Kinger's the goat. Oh, and in the McDonald's episode, he gets an A+ by doing absolutely nothing. Yeah, my boy! But anyway, back to Scott Pilgrim. I thought it was really solid. Like, I really like how it focused on Ramona and her exes. Hello, Lemonade. I really liked how it focused on that. And it got the cast from the movie, which was very surprising. I didn't think they'd be able to do such a thing, but the movie's it's a fun movie, and the cast is iconic. And I just want to say, Chris Evans' eyebrows in the Scott Pilgrim movie is literally my favorite performance ever. Like, yes, the eyebrows. Like, let me show you. Let me show you the eyebrows. Open image in new tab. The eyebrows, chat. I fucking love the eyebrows. They're just the most weirdly expressive thing ever, and it's like actually amazing. So like, unfortunately, I was having a low expectation because no eyebrows, no watch. He looks like shit. What? Hang on. Hold the fuck up. He looks like Shafe? Let me look it up real quick. Face? Real life face? Hang on. I think you might be cooking something. Oh, hang on. Matt say, you might actually be cooking something. Here. I think I can see the resemblance. Obviously not in the eyebrows, but in the general vibe. Oh my gosh. Sort of. Jay Fearless Twitter mean? I was just trying to find a tweet. Anyways, I thought it handled the romantic angle better than like the movie did, probably. Like just cause like we actually get to hear multiple perspectives on a romance and why Ramona's relationships weren't always the best. And like seeing her make amends was really cool. And thankfully we eventually did to see Scott Pilgrim. Like, he did come back, which is good. Very good. Oh, also. Let me see if I can. Also. Chat. Hear me the fuck out. Hear me the fuck out. Hear me out. Old Man Wallace is fucking weirdly hot. Like, I swear, I'm Arrow Ace, but I know attractive when I see it. Like, tell me he's not. Press 1 if you think Old Man Wallace is hot. Like, press 1 if you think. Yeah. And I also like how like seeing Scott. Matt say, fuck you mean too. I didn't give an option for 2. I only said press 1 if you think he's hot. Press 2 means you think he's also hot. No, you're supposed to press 1. Validate me. Ugh. Thank you. Scully the Kid gets it. And anyways, I also really like how, like, Scott Pilgrim from the future, who's all, like, jacked and shit because he was training to fight his younger self, like, That's just such a Scott Pilgrim thing to me. Like, imagine having to go to do so much arduous training just to beat the shit out of your younger self. Now, I know it was to, like, actually help improve his mentality or whatever, but like, let's not lie, he still fought his younger self with that bod. And he'll... Man. Anyways, very, very fun show. Very solid. Do not sleep on this. Do not sleep on this just because there's a bait and switch. Black Lagoon. I have talked about this, but I haven't made it as clear, but this is our first S tier. Black Lagoon is our first S tier. Like, I'll admit, the first part didn't exactly win me over. Like, I was enjoying it. Like, it had some of the most, like, engaging fight scenes I'd seen in like anime, and I loved the soundtrack, and Revy is a great protagonist, and I love her dynamic with Rock. Hang on, is the mouse cursor display? It is not. Let's fix that. Oh, it is? Okay, it is. Spencer versus Revy. The fuck's a Spencer? Anyways, Revy seems hot. Yeah, she's attractive. Though, like, I will say, it was made in, the anime was made in the mid-2000s. And all I'll say is that it was before people realized that the R word is bad. And that threw me for a bit of a loop. But other than that, I was enjoying it. But then I realized, wait, there's more to it. So I had to watch the second barrage, and that right there. Oh, Spike versus Revy? Yeah, Spike. Yeah, Spike versus Revy, one of my most wanted. Anyways, but season 2, the second barrage, was where I really started getting into it. Like, I love the philosophies it shows. The side characters were better than the first part. We got to see more of Revy and Rock relationship flourish. It's just a lot of great stuff. And it still kept the awesome fight scenes intact. So yeah, watch Black Lagoon. Definitely watch it. Alright, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2. I'll be honest. This game kind of depresses me. Not because it's bad. It's actually really underrated, but it died within 2 months. Like just to put this into perspective, we'll get to the Multiversus relaunch in a bit. But I do want to say that Nick Brawl 2 died faster than Multiversus. Despite everyone saying this one was going to die before it reached a year. Even though it's technically, like, going to last a year by virtue of when Season 5 is going to end, so get fucked. But, whatever. Hey, Match Say, we don't tolerate the Smash ripoffs. We don't do that here. They're not ripoffs. It's called platform genre. It's called a platform fighter. It's a fucking genre. But anyways, Nick Brawl 2 actually innovates the platform fighter genre really well with the slime mechanic. Like, it can be used to power up your smash attacks, power up your special moves, or you can reserve it for, like, a Final Smash, which is honestly what Final Smash meter should have been. Like, just saying. Because, like, even though they all have different cinematics, like, they all work. Even though each Final Smash in this game had different cinematics, like, functionality is just big hitbox that kind of sucks you into the cutscene. Get hit by it, you take a shit ton of damage. Delta Nova, you're so real for this. Oops. Yeah, and I just think that the slime mechanic is really intuitive, and its single-player roguelike is fucking phenomenal. Like, it keeps the classic arcade mode that you see in other fighting games, but also makes it constantly replayable. And it's great. It's really fucking good for that. Like, genuinely. But the game died within, like, 2 months. Because there were just so many bugs. Like, Garfield's install power-up. Like, once you activate it, it was permanent throughout the entire match when I played it. And it took them way too long to fix that shit. It's fucking nutty. Like, and Jimmy Neutron was just not a functional character at all. It's just such a sad story. But please, give this game a chance if you haven't already. I heard that it's doing a little better, at least a little better than it did initially. So yeah, there's that. You know, I think the lack of ability to feel any sort of shame, like, this is funny to me, any of your resentment towards... whatever. Anyways, Elemental. So, chat, do you guys remember when like this film first came into theaters and everyone gaslit themselves into thinking it was like the worst thing ever? But then you watch it and you realize it is fine. Like, the movie is just perfectly fine. I don't have any beef with Pixar making a low-stakes movie, especially since Ratatouille is one of my favorites, arguably my favorite alongside The Incredibles. Though, like, I do think that... I do think... Claude Sweep. Elemental is very 5 out of 10. Yeah, exactly. Of course it is. So, and then... Like, I like a lot of what it was trying to do. Like, you had Ember, who felt that her calling was to take over her father's shop when he retires, which is like years and years away from when she was a kid. And then she feels like she has to take care of everything, but the sales are stressing her out. But she doesn't resent the shop at all, nor her father. It's just that she never really knew what she really wanted. That's a story I think can resonate really well. It's just that... And for the most part, it was doing perfectly fine. Like, she meets Wade, she learns to mellow out a bit, she meets his family, and like, they point out that she has a gift that shouldn't go unnoticed. Though, like, the ending was very rushed. Also, the world building has its problems when you think about it for too long. Like given how how do the air people not extinguish the fire people, or how do the fire or like the water people as well? Like, especially since that's very established, and or like how the fire, like, I understand that, like, fire, like the fire town or whatever it's called. Like, I understand that it's relatively secluded as far as Element City is concerned. But, like, there are still multiple moments where they all, like, are in the same area. And it's like, I think you could have established this a little better. And I thought that the dynamic between Ember and Wade was alright. Like, I really like their character designs. I always have. Nothing wrong with the low-stakes story. I mean, Ratatouille exists. Also, this movie is infinitely times better than a certain other Pixar movie. Which Pixar movie are you referring to? Because there's a lot on that table, I'll be honest. And don't say Wish, because that's not Pixar. Though I might check it out of morbid curiosity. Also, non-binary character. Really? I didn't know they had a non-binary character. Is that headcanon? Like the non-binary character in Elemental. Is that headcanon, or is it actually confirmed? Yeah, Elemental is definitely better than Cars 2. Better than Brave. I've never seen Lightyear: A Good Dinosaur, so I won't comment on that. But I can believe it. Oh, you're referring to Lightyear? Fair. Yeah. Okay. Super Mario Wonder! It's not S tier by virtue of Mario never saying that. But yeah, this is probably the best 2D Mario game ever. The only reason it's not any of these two tiers is that adamantly prefer 2D Mario and Mario spin-offs. I mean, 3D Mario and Mario spin-offs. Lake is actually non-binary, VA is non-binary too. Huh. Well, the more you know. Anyways. I just really love its style. Like it's like Fidel was saying, a 2D Mario with soul! A 2D Mario with soul! Yeah, it's basically that. And then I also think that the Wonder Flower makes for some really fun level design. I think that the power-ups are pretty cool, like Bubble and Elephant and like Drill. I'd say my favorite's probably the Elephant, just for how much you can do with it. And like I never finished the game to 100%, but I heard that it's just replacing the sound effects with like the developers just fucking around. Can't believe they got Killua Death Battle to voice Princess Daisy. True. Hello, Boxy. Yes, I did. Though, we'll see how I feel about it. Like, I also got to play Mario Wonder with my niece. Oh shit, I just realized there's one more thing I forgot to add. Let me add it real quick. Super fast. There we go. Got it. Speaking of Mario, I had to add this. Yeah, there we go. But we'll get to that in a bit. I actually played Mario Wonder with my niece, and she loved it. It was actually my... Like, even though, like, I always told her, hey, you gotta jump over the Goombas, and she would just stand there and let the Goomba hit her. But I was oddly very patient with her, and like, I just... I just needed to show her the piranha plants on parade. Like, we love the piranha plants on parade, don't we, chat? We love it. We love it. Don't we love the piranha plants on parade? Don't we? Anyway, but yeah, she loved it too. She loved this. She loved the game. Mario Wonder is New Super Mario Brothers on LSD. What? Oh, whatever. Anyways, going from one Nintendo game to a game that should be owned by Nintendo, but isn't. Because fuck Microsoft, I guess. Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. I'm just gonna put them... I'll just rank them both. It's like, might as well. So, let's start with Banjo-Kazooie. I will admit, I have technically played a little bit of this before. Like, but it was exclusively at friends' houses. Like, where I helped someone find the path to Bubble Gloop Swamp, I believe it is. And then I also played both of these games actually at another friend's house who still has an N64 and has both games. And then they were given to Nintendo Switch Online, and they were put on Nintendo Switch Online, so I was like, you know what? Let's give both of these games an actual shot. Albeit I played Banjo-Kazooie noticeably first. How scarred did you get from getting into Berserk? Not very. Not very. It's just that it has a lot. It's really the only things that actually shocked me in any way were like the one girl just talking about how depressed she is and without her father and how she'd rather die, and then Gus just says, okay, then you should kill yourself now. Literally hits her with the LTG. And then also how how Griffith literally sexually assaults a minor in his 20s because he was a little angry that Gus didn't want to stay by his side 24/7. And then people say Griffith did nothing wrong unironically. No, don't even. But aside from that, not very. It's funny that only Nintendo era rare property Microsoft is using is Perfect Dark. Oh yeah, I heard that Perfect Dark is getting a new game, right? Like, is that what I heard? I don't know. Anyways, back to Banjo-Kazooie. Riz up kids another. Yeah, we're pinning this. Chat, we're pinning this. Boxy the Boxmaster is a certified Jonathan Frostathan staple because of this. Griffith, go away. Riz up kids another day. Can we get a W for Boxy in the chat? For his banger of a post. Whatever. Alright. Banjo-Kazooie. I will admit, movement hasn't aged the best. Like, I feel that Mario 64 has like more interesting movement overall, especially with like when starting out with how much you're able to do. We'll get to FMA. It's right here. After Multiversus, we'll get to FMA. And then with Banjo-Kazooie, it's just that you don't get a lot of the interesting moves until like later on in the game. Like you have to keep going to them. And there's like one instance of backtracking because one of the moves is in Freeze Easy Peak that requires you to get a Jiggy in Gobi's Valley. And then you get to the final boss, which is like it's mostly an easy time, but then you get to Rusty Bucket Bay, and it's just like, fuck this. I fucking hate Rusty Bucket Bay. I fucking hate everything to do with this world. Why do I have to keep doing this? Like, I literally got 5 Jiggies, died, and then was like, fuck it, that's it. I'm not coming back to this place. It's such an insane difficulty spike. And it's the only world across both games that I actively hate. And yes, I know what certain world is in Banjo-Tooie, and I still stand by that. But then again, to be fair, it is followed up by Click Clock World, which is my favorite world across both games. What does the not absolute cinema look like? Is it like this? Is it this? Is this the not absolute cinema? Click Clock Wood's track still slaps. True. And like Click Clock Wood, the reason why it's my favorite world is because like it's a very bold idea that I think really paid off. Like, you gotta help this beaver get back to his home. Help Nabnut store some acorns for the winter, for the upcoming winter. Like, then raise the eagle from birth, and then by the time it's an adult, it says, I thank you for teaching me everything I know. I am now ready to migrate south. And it just feels cathartic to see that the eagle you raised is all grown up. And that's just what I like about both of these games. Like, the more you progress through the world, the more you really get a feel for it, and then you just keep collecting Jiggy after Jiggy after Jiggy. But it's like the moment-to-moment gameplay is just ingenious. And it's for that reason, I like Banjo-Tooie more. Like, both are great games. You should definitely play both of them. But I think that Banjo-Kazooie is more the moment-to-moment, whereas Banjo-Tooie is more exploration. And like, it is pretty daunting since the worlds in Tooie are really, really big. But once you start to get a solid feel for them, like I said earlier, you just keep getting Jiggy after Jiggy after Jiggy after Jiggy, and it just all falls into place. Genuinely feels like you're conquering it. And for this reason, unpopular opinion, I think Grunty Industries slaps. Like, that is a really, really great world. Like, it's not my favorite in the game. That would be Pterodactyl Land. And I also prefer Witchy World and let me get my Banjo-Kazooie Tooie world tier list, cuz I made that a good few months ago. So, let's find it real quick. Okay, I'm just looking it up. See if I can look for my own thing. Ugh. Man, one time. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I can't fucking find it. I'm trying to find it, I swear. You have any idea how obnoxious it is to do this with a mouse pad? I fucking hate mouse pads. I believe I fit. Oh my gosh, stop opening your fucking door! I'm trying to stream here. Yeah. Found it. Yeah, as you can see here. Like right here. Right here. This is my Banjo-kazooie world tier list. Like, a tier list inside of a tier list. That's like 16 tiers. Anyways. Yeah, as you can see, I don't think Tooie has any, like, S-tier worlds. But I think that, as a whole, I do prefer the worlds in Tooie over Kazooie. Because, like, my favorites are Pterodactyl Land, Jolly Roger's Lagoon for being, like, genuinely very well designed water level. Like, cause the only issue I have with it is that you gotta get Mumbo to do a thing. Like, you gotta find the Globo, go to Mumbo's hut, get him to activate the Mumbo pad, and then go all the way back. And it's like not the most interesting backtracking. But once you do that, then you just basically don't have to worry about an air meter and you can just explore the ocean, which I think is so much better than like what I've seen a lot of other water levels do. And then there's also Witchy World, which is much more minigame centric. Oh, and pro tip for people who haven't played this game yet but want to, get as many Jiggies as you can in Mayahem Temple, as to a point where you will have enough for Witchy World. That way you can skip Glitter Gulch Mine and then just go through Witchy World, because it requires virtually no moments of backtracking at all. Like, it's the world with the least backtracking. And that's why it's often a favorite world for people in this game. And, like, I think that even outside of it, it's pretty solid. Like, it's just a solid world. Like, there are plenty of minigames, but the minigames are really fun. And they also have some decent variety. Like, it is just rings, but for, like, a carnival feel, I think it's great. Then there's also, and as I said, and then, like, Grunty Industries. Well, the reason I like it is because it just goes into the exact things I was talking about. Like, I'll admit it is like a big difficulty spike, which is why it's not even my top 3 favorite worlds in Tooie. But like I said, it feels like a factory that takes so much effort to put in, like, to conquer. And then once you start to get a feel for the factory and, like, access more and more of its levels, you feel like an absolute beast. And that's two in a nutshell, but it especially hits home with Grunty Industries. Then you follow up with Hailfire Peaks, which is just obnoxious. It ain't Rusty Bucket Bay bad, but let's just say I did not particularly care for the Dragon Brothers constantly bombarding you until you find them and fight them. And it has to happen at least twice because it's the world with 2 bosses. And, like, this is the one time where the backtracking actually bothers me, because you gotta do way too much of it to get Jiggies that are sometimes in plain sight. Although I will say, another reason why I prefer Tooie to Kazooie is because people like to criticize, as I've gone over, people like to criticize this backtracking. But the thing with me is that the majority of the backtracking is that they have alternate exits that lead you into other worlds. Like, even with Mayahem Temple, like, right away, you get a gate that leads into Pterodactyl Land. So, like, it feels much more natural than just like, having to oh, do a thing in this one world, and then go back to the main hub world, and then go into the other world just to do one thing. Yeah, that backtracking, that backtracking is in this game. It's in Tui, but like, a good chunk of it is with it, a good chunk of the backtracking feels much more seamless. And that's why I prefer to Kazooie, because I really like a lot of its ideas. And I think they paid off, and I think, for the most part, they paid off. Extremely off topic, but Zelda's power scalars and videos are scalars and videos. Okay. Alright. Now, up next. Pikmin 3 Deluxe. Man, Nintendo just stays winning. Nothing lower than B tier so far. Can we get a Pikmin in the chat? Can we get a Pikmin in the chat, guys? Pikmin 3 Deluxe? Hey, hey? Because this game is actually... Like, Pikmin is actually a very relaxing franchise. Like, just managing the Pikmin. And then... Like, just, like, managing all the Pikmin. Just going around exploring these quiet worlds. And only occasionally needing to fight dangerous monsters. While collecting fruit. Solving puzzles. It's just a very chill franchise to me. And, like, Pikmin 3 is definitely my favorite one so far. I will absolutely be playing Pikmin 4 sometime. Like, I need to. Like, if I don't play Pikmin 4 this year, then y'all have a right to slander me for that. The water race was horrifying. Wasn't that a Pikmin 2 thing? Unless you're talking about the Pikmin 3's final boss. Which was, what was it called again? Pikmin 3 final boss. Plasm Wraith. Yeah, Plasm Wraith. Yeah, unless you're talking about that, in which case, Remember when Pikmin 4 was an urban myth? Hoi! I really like the attention Pikmin's been getting lately. Because, like, I wouldn't say that the series is underrated, at least not anymore, but it was never considered much of a priority for Nintendo. Like, keep in mind, the original Pikmin was meant to be a Mario game, like Mario 128, I believe. And then it was just a franchise that they, and then the first game got overshadowed by Smash Melee, like, despite both being launch titles. And then Pikmin 2 came around. It didn't do nearly as well, but then it started picking up some steam with the Wii Pikmin port, which was the one I played. It was the one that got me into the series. Like, Pikmin 2 did get a Wii version, but only in Europe for some reason. I remember when Miyamoto said Pikmin 4 was finished in 2016. Oh boy. Luckily, you need to play Pikmin to get all the Melee trophies. Yeah. True. There is that. Pikmin 3 is my favorite so far, but Pikmin 4, we'll see. Now, Tales of Arise. I've already made an extensive review on my GG app account, which, like, let me link to it real quick. I'll just link it in the chat, just to remind everybody. Because, as you know, the Tales series is my favorite video game series of all time. And so I've had a lot to say about the series. And naturally I had a lot to say about this game. So I'll put it in the chat if you want my full opinion, but just be aware it does go into spoilers, and it does not take the post-game into account, nor does it take the DLC expansion into account either. But to summarize, The first half is genuinely fantastic, some of the best content of any Tales game. But then the second half starts to take kind of a nosedive. Like, it doesn't get there immediately, but it just introduces a bunch of lore dumps that are like that are introduced way too quickly, but I'll put it in A tier for bias. And then, what about the DLC? Haven't played it yet. I do plan on it at some point, but I just gotta save money, especially since I'm getting my tax return soon. And hopefully a paycheck from YouTube, but we'll see. We'll see. And then like the ending is just kind of is honestly dreadful. But otherwise, I still think a lot of it is really good, and definitely has a lot of what I come to expect from the Tales series. I just wanted it to be my favorite game of 2021, but it wasn't. It wasn't. Then again, once we start getting that those remasters into account, get to see Exilia remaster, Abyss remaster. Yes. Inject it into my fucking veins, Bandai Namco. And I really hope it gets Tales on the similar level to like Persona in the West, because it deserves it. It really deserves it. Because the Tales series people have had like certain terminally online people have had a massive hate boner for no reason. Like, ever since Tales of Grace's F, like, they actively wanted it to fail, but it didn't. And then comes Smash Brothers discussion. The moment you name drop Lloyd Irving is the moment you get people saying, Swordsman, JRPG Swordsman bad. And it's like, bro, stop. The Tales series is literally, like, the granddad of action RPGs. I'd argue it's, like, much more influential than Megami Tensei and Persona combined. I'll have to watch the VOD as much as I want to hear about Pickles and need sleep amount. Well, good night, Aiden. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, the only Tales games you see people consistently talking about are Symphonia, because Smash Brothers discussion. Also Vesperia, because Xbox Elitist, and I think Berseria might be up there with the most talked about Tales games in the West at this point. Yeah, the Tales series is like literally the first action RPG ever. And it influenced a lot of games you see today, like Ni no Kuni, Genshin Impact. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if Western RPGs took some influence from the Tales games. Then, like, though the other Tales game that used to get talked about is Abyss, but like I said, I think Berseria might have taken its seat in terms of like Tales discussion, just because, well, the Versus community seems to talk about Velvet a lot, and no, it's not because of me. All right, Pluto on Netflix. Another A tier, man. Yeah, in case you can't tell, I like to consume good media more than bad media. And like Pluto, I'm not usually too big on mysteries. Not that I have anything against them. I just happen to not watch a whole lot. Yet there's one other that we'll get to in a bit, but like, I mean, I really like Psych. Psych is fantastic. But like and like, I guess if you want to count Scooby-Doo, then sure, Scooby-Doo Enjoyer. But Pluto, okay, so this is an adaptation of Astro Boy that Netflix decided to turn into like a murder mystery. And it fucking rules! Like, for all you need to know, the voice director is Patrick Sykes, who's my favorite voice actor of all time. The absolute Chad. Ragna. Dio Brando. Scorpion. Insert fourth iconic Patrick Sykes character here. He directed the English dub. And he killed it. Like, Geshit is one of the most interesting anime protagonists ever. Like, I really like his take on the android with humanity. I really like how the show goes about it. The mystery is a lot. Oh, and also, it also has Pro ZD in what I'd argue is his best role. I won't say who it is. Y'all are gonna have to figure it out. But yeah. And I didn't think I would think that Uran would entice me as a character as much as she did, but she did. Especially when she meets up with that one homeless person, I think, and they start talking about flowers and such. And then it eventually ties into the big mystery, and oh my gosh, that's so good. So fucking good. Yes. Unlike ugh. Oh boy. Okay, so I want to say Samurai Showdown is my third favorite fighting game series of all time, behind Guilty Gear and Blaze Blue. And so I decided to check out a couple of its manga. And this is the one that this is the one by Ishikawa Ken. And we have our first G tier. Not even F tier. G tier. It's like Schaefer said, this shit belongs in G tier. Oh my gosh. And it just absolutely does not understand the world of Sam Show whatsoever. Like, it does not. Not even a little bit. It's absolutely horrid. There's no way around it. Yes, it's that bad. And I want to show you the artwork real quick. Like, because there are some scans that I would specifically want to highlight. Like, okay, it's actually really fucking big for some reason. Okay, let me... Again, I have no idea why this is so damn big. But basically, what I want to... Let me see if I can just, like, download the image. And open it like so. Ah, there, here we are. Yes. Yes, so, this is how Maru, just plunging his sword into a castle. And you know what it... And then... he blows it up! Like, all he does is just... and then the giant pagoda explodes. Like, it fucking explodes. Oh, and side note, you see these demons underneath? What if I told you? Like, stay with me on this. What if I told you that this character was one of those demons? And you know how he became a demon? Like, what? Did he make a pact with him? Did he sell his soul to increase his power? What did he possibly do? What did he... No. He literally touches a wall, the castle wall, and then just becomes the wall. Oh my gosh, I really wish I had the scan, but I don't have it on me. But there is a scan that I do have on me, and oh my god, hoi, hoi, hoi. This shit is wild. Okay, so this is Nakoruru. She's using a flute? Like, it's not making a sound. What is she doing? And then, it's ultrasonic waves! She's using ultrasonic waves to call an army of birds! And then it slows their descent as they're falling to a castle. It picks... No. It picks up a giant rock, and then have the characters fall onto it, and then slowly descend. It's just like, what the Samurai Showdown! Because it's a fucking 80s cartoon. Like... Oh my god. Oh my gosh. This manga is horrible. Like, genuinely horrible. Like, even outside of how fucking wacky it is. Like... Look at this. Take a look at this. Look at what they did. Look at what they did to Haomaru. This artwork is fucking horrendous. Absolutely terrible. Oh my gosh. Do not fucking read this. Oh, and it also has Ukyo Takibana, you know, the character who is like, who fights despite slowly dying from an illness. Yeah, let's have him standing up straight and saying, "Leave this to me," as he energetically goes into the fight and then does nothing else ever. Like, no joke, that is his only scene in this entire manga. It is fucking horrible. Genuinely, like, at best, it's a fucking drug trip. Like, the most interesting genre of drug trip ever. They need to lay off the cupcake. It's true. Still better than Rent a Girlfriend. Okay, fair. But, like, no, you don't want to read this now, Boxy. You do not want to read this. What you should read instead is the Viz Media graphic novel. It's pretty straightforward, like, it's rather simplistic, but the art is a lot better. Like, the characters are actually the characters, like, exactly as they are in Samurai Showdown, like how they're supposed to be. It's a good little short story. There's just not a whole lot to say about it. That's all. F-Zero AX. We got another S tier. Chat, we have another S tier. Like, and for those who don't know, this was the arcade port of F-Zero GX, which is also tied to the original version, the original GX, so that you could unlock some certain content by linking your memory card by hooking up your memory card and by hooking up the memory card into the machine, and then just like playing on the tracks. You get tickets, and depending on what you do, you also get to unlock secret characters and secret courses. But they can all be unlocked, but it's still possible to unlock them in the game. It's just like really hard to do because you gotta beat all the story mode missions on very hard, which is just like to describe the F-Zero GX story mode, there's only one way that I can feasibly describe it as. Like, let me pause the music real quick so that y'all don't get too much like sensory overload. And then also turn off the desktop audio a bit. Like, there's only one way. Where is it? Ah, here it is. Okay. me see if there's only one way I can describe it. And this guy, Shat11, said it best.
As I like to refer to them as hard, very hard, and murder. Hard speed. That speed, the bomb blows. The 3 difficulty settings are normal, hard, and very hard. Or as I like to refer to them as hard, very hard, and murder.
Yep. The story mode is like insanely difficult. Like if you can beat all the missions on very hard, then you are just outright a god. No way around it. I haven't done it yet. There are a couple missions that I haven't cleared yet. Like I think that's chapters 7 and 8. Chapter 7 was like an absolute nightmare in hard mode, so I am not ready for very hard. Man. Yeah, the F-Zero medley is great. I want F-Zero to come back. True! But at least we got F-Zero 99 surprisingly not being dead yet. Gosh. But yeah, if you can find one of these arcade cabinets, even if you've never played GX, it's actually a transcendent experience, genuinely. Like one of the best experiences you could have with an arcade machine. Oh, let me especially since it actually feels like you're a part of the machine. Like you're in the race. Like they managed to capture that and it's fucking brilliant. All right, we got music back. And also it was at the same arcade when I played this for the first time. At the same arcade, I also played this. Actually, you know, I'll put Power Stone 2 in B. I heard you played AX with modified version of Dolphin since the engine is just GameCube. Yeah, that's true. Like, the content of AX is within GX, though, like, you need an action replay to access it. Anyways, as for Power Stone, this is like a kind of a forgotten little classic. Hello, Art. You didn't miss a whole lot. It was mostly just gushing about Banjo-Kazooie and F-Zero AX. Anyways, Power Stone is a series, is a forgotten little series from Capcom. But like back in my day, when I was watching all the YouTube videos, people said Power Stone was the shit. And then I actually played the first game in the arcade. I was like, yeah, it's all right. I mean, it's good. Very simple, but still a fun time. I like the gameplay. I think the gameplay is pretty good. Like, and as an arcade experience, it's good. Though Power Stone 2 is a more complete game in my eyes. Because Power Stone 2, while admittedly it isn't much... Oh yeah, it's in Capcom Fighting Collection 2, that's right. It is. Anyways, Power Stone 2 isn't as much of a fighting game as the first game. Like, they made it even simpler, and they also made the stages, like, imagine the auto-scrolling levels from Smash Brothers, but actually good and fun. And that's Power Stone 2 in a nutshell. Although they do have a couple stages that are very straightforward, and they're also super easy to unlock. And like, I think Power Stone 2, like, they're both actually distinct on their own, but if you played one, then you should get the hang of the other. I wouldn't say it's as much of a party game as Mario Party. Mario Wonder in only B tier. It's just that I inherently prefer 3D Mario. Like, 2D Mario isn't going to do as much for me, unless if you go above and beyond, which this game did do, but I still prefer 3D Mario. Like for tier lists like this, it's in B, but for a Mario game tier list, it's probably low A, I'd say. There's a Billy and Mandy game that plays like Power Stone, huh? Okay. Anyways, Power Stone 2. Back to the Power Stone games. Yeah, they're fun. They're fun. I recommend playing them on the Capcom Fighting Collection 2. That's not where I played them, but hey, they're there. Chat, you know shit's about to go down when I'm forced to do the YouTuber sigh. Favorite 3D Mario? My favorite 3D Mario is Odyssey. And I wish I could talk about that instead of having to reveal to the chat. Okay. So, have you ever heard of the notorious YouTuber opinion? Especially with YouTuber who have mostly popular opinions, but then you get to that one and it's just like so drastically different from other people's as well as their own opinions. Yeah, Odyssey is overrated as one of those opinions. Yeah. Hellsing! And keep in mind, this is Hellsing Ultimate. Like, I did the reading, and they told me, if you're gonna experience Hellsing, either read the manga or watch Hellsing Ultimate. I watched Hellsing Ultimate. And it's mediocre! Yeah. Yeah, I've already made it clear a couple times on social media. Oh my gosh. And it's like, I just did not care for it. I was thoroughly bored throughout the vast majority of my watch time. But let's talk about some good things first. Alucard is absolutely worth the hype. I will say, while there are a bunch of aspects that I think were massively overrated, like that people were overhyping more, like saying we're better than they actually are, but Alucard is not one of them. I watched Hellsing Ultimate. It's the literal definition of try-hard edgy. I don't know about that. Yeah. I'm telling him. Oh, Drunk Giraffe? I'm telling him. I can tell him right now. What, is he a massive Hellsing enjoyer? I've heard of the name before. He's even showed up in my streams a couple times. Also, there's so many pointless edgy scenes that are just for shock value that I hate. Yes, I was actually... But we'll get there in a bit. We'll say, Alucard is a great character. Did you watch the abridged version? No. And I also thought that his rivalry with Anderson was really interesting. Or at least, it was amazing. At least until the end, where I just didn't like what he ended up doing. I just thought it was kind of against... I just thought it was... Like, I mean, I guess I kind of get what they were trying to go for. But I'm also not the biggest fan of... Also wasn't the biggest fan of how they did his character. But still, Anderson was good more than he wasn't. Pip was also alright. He's pretty good. The music's great. I really like the soundtrack. And the animation is also really, really good. Like, I can understand why people say that it's a top-tier anime because of its animation, primarily because of its animation. I get it. And I really like how it's utilized. Really helps emphasize the horror aspects of it. And as far as episodes I specifically like, episode 2 was good. I'd say better than the first one. Especially with that one scene where Major was saying that there is one person who must be destroyed or something. And then you just get to, and then it slowly pans to the background where it reveals Alucard laughing his ass off. That was actually a really cool moment. Episode 7, actually a phenomenal use of showing off a character's backstory. One of the more clever ones I've seen in anime in general. In episode 9, where we get to see Alucard's character fleshed out more, as well as what his deal was, and then retroactively it makes various other scenes better, like his rivalry with Anderson and that one scene from episode 2. But other than that, I need to tell you my biggest problem with the anime it does not know when to have its characters stop fucking talking. Like, it just goes into like 100 monologues that last for like 7 minutes, even though ultimately you can just summarize the entire monologue within like 7 words at most. Yet they keep talking on and on and on for no reason. It's like, dude, we get it. We know what you're trying to say. Shut the fuck up. And it just got boring really, really fast. And also, I couldn't really get into many of the other characters. Like, Major is just a boring villain. Now, I fully understand what it's trying to say. How the cycle of violence eventually, like, it's trying to say something about the cycle of violence and how it dehumanizes a person. And I understand. But why, the reason why it didn't work for me is because we barely get to see a lot of why those characters even became the way they were in the first place. Like, they didn't even bother at all with Major, so he was just a one-note villain to me and pretty generic in all things considered. Like, the only monologue... Okay, I love war, fine, I'll give you that. It's a pretty good speech. And I also thought that Pip's monologue was pretty good. Maybe it's because, unlike the other monologues, it actually fucking says something about him as a character. But other than that, also this series has a serious problem with tone consistency. I don't mind goofy scenes and serious scenes in the same show, but the problem is they happen back to back out of nowhere. Yes! Yes! That's another problem. No, not Pit. Pip. I think it's short for Pippin? Like... And that monologue from him almost made me call him a good character. But then he started sexually assaulting Saris for no reason. And it's just like, stop it. Fucking stop it. Stop it. You were doing so well. Why would you ever do this unironically? Pip from Barnyard Sweep. So true, bestie. Does watching Hellsing make you like Dio versus Alucard the matchup? Nah, my opinions on the matchup and episode are still the same. With the only difference being I actually understand Alucard now. And the references in Dio card. But anyways, Saris. Okay. I absolutely hate this word with a passion, but I think it's apt to use for once. Saris is one of the most tropey characters I've ever seen in an anime. It's fucking wild. Absolutely nuts. Like, and not in a good way. Not in a fun way. And it's just, oh, she's in a vaguely attractive outfit. So obviously we gotta... So obviously we need to have characters just sexually harassing her for no reason. I genuinely hate how Alucard being SA as a child is only used for shock value. I'm sorry, but topics like this should never be used just for the sake of shock. That's true, exactly. I didn't like that either. Like, but ultimately, Hellsing is just boring. Like, it's more boring and its messages fall flat because they keep waffling on for like 1,000 years. When really you can just summarize everything in like 3 sentences. I've seen clips of the abridged version, but I don't have any interest in checking it out. And also, I've been waiting a long-ass time to actually say this shit in public. But the ending of Hellsing pissed me off. Not in the way that you think. It's not from a story perspective. In fact, I think it's a pretty good resolution for Alucard's character. But rather, it's entirely from a power scaling standpoint. Like, you know how So, I think that since we all watch Death Battle Up in Here, or at least are familiar enough with versus debating discourse, possibly, I think we've all seen people view Alucard as one of the most overpowered characters in fiction. Then you ask them why, and it's because Schrodinger loves and be everywhere and nowhere. But then you check out the series, and the show directly says the fucking opposite. Like, Alucard cannot do shit with Schrodinger. Like, the entire point of him being inside his body was so that Alucard could die. Or at least be in a state of non-existence. Non-existence! Their exact words! And Alucard even had to say, he had to remove all of his lives. People say it's a fan theory. No, it's not. No, it fucking isn't. Alucard directly says he had to do that. And even then, while sure, he technically survived existence erasure through a very, very, very roundabout and non-standard way, even if it was a real ability he could do normally, do you know how long it took him to come back? 30 years. 30 fucking years to come back from non-existence. And people act like he can do this shit on the regular because Schrodinger? No. Like, and but like, people misunderstanding fiction, I don't really care about that. What I do care about is that these same people accuse Death Battle of lying and spreading misinformation when Alucard is like one of the least subtle animes I've ever seen. Like, and it's like, it was explicit. He cannot survive or do anything with Schrodinger. Yet they were consciously ignoring that, if not hiding it. Or at least, what else am I supposed to think? Just because they wanted to gaslight themselves. Or at least, again, what else am I supposed to think? Like, people who think that Alucard is broken because Schrodinger, or that Alucard is powerful with Schrodinger, or that he's omnipresent or some shit, or that it's something he can do every day. I have unkind words for those people. And I'll give you a hint. Those words rhyme with Ophelia Bitteracy. So as it stands, not watching the show nor understanding what they are saying in the most blatant / explicit way possible. Exactly. It's like how Ben 10 fans actively didn't want to acknowledge that HAL is faster than the Big Bang by just not talking about it or looking it up. Well, to be fair, Death Battle at least had it poorly explained. But no, with Dio versus Alucard, the verdict was explained really well. Like, they covered so much in so little time, and it all worked. Whereas with Ben 10 versus Green Lantern, no, they didn't. And that's really what got people in the discourse. Though, yes, they absolutely did say Ben 10 should have won. Death Battle's biased for it. Gra, gra, gra. These are the same people who think Giorno got his win stolen, so yeah, these are not the brightest. Yeah. Alucard is a wall-level jobber with mediocre regen. Fucking cry about it. Whatever. So Hellsing is basically what is bro yapping about the anime? Yes, exactly. I don't know if I'll want to check out Drifters, though. Like, if it's anything like Hellsing Ultimate, if it's anything like Hellsing, no thank you. And the Knuckles show. Sadly, Aiden's not here, despite really wanting to hear me talk about it. It actively disappointed me. Like, okay, for those who don't know, Knuckles is my favorite Sonic character. And is also in my top 15, maybe top 10 favorite video game characters of all time, if not characters in all of fiction. And I also really, really like how the Sonic cinematic universe has been writing Knuckles. Like, they're still making him oblivious. They're still making him, like, pretty ignorant. But it's done in the sense of, like, him... It's done in the sense of, like, culture shock. Where he's exploring a new world that he doesn't know too much about. I really like that. And, to its credit, the Knuckles show also stuck with that. And that really made me happy. But then, and like, I will say, the first half is good. Like, I can kind of understand why people don't like episode 3 because it's aimless, but I still got enough enjoyment out of the third episode because I thought it was really fun seeing Knuckles genuinely interested in Jewish history, because it feels like something he'd be interested in. I mean, remember, Knuckles does come from like a tribe that like protects a powerful entity in that of the Master Emerald. So like, who's to say that he wouldn't be interested in hearing other religions? But then the second half, it takes an even bigger nosedive than Tales of Arise. Though no, episode 4 is not the worst episode. Wade is a fine character, but doesn't deserve a whole show over Knuckles. I don't fully agree with that criticism, because I actually think that Wade Whipple was a really great character for this series. And I like Wade. He's fun. He's a fun character, and he plays off of Knuckles really well. Like I said, first 3 episodes were good for that reason. And like, it didn't really start taking over the show until around like the second half, I feel. Which episode 4, I mean, I think episode 4 is perfectly fine, like, to be a Wade-centered episode. And like, a lot of people look to it as the weakest episode of the miniseries, but while I wouldn't say it's that good, I'd still disagree, because like, even though it's incredibly stupid, it's clearly aware that it's stupid, and it's just completely leaning into it. I mean, come on. You have Wade on a children's tricycle going in a joust against a biker dude on, like, the fanciest looking motorcycle, and Wade wins. That's fucking comedy gold. Get a sense of humor. But it's the last 2 episodes that really made it all fall apart for me. At least we got the Flames of Disaster. Yes. Okay, we love the Flames of Disaster meme. We love it. But once they get to the bowling tournament, and like Wade just kind of instantly patches things with his little girl rival, I guess. They're a team now. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's unearned or anything, or it doesn't make any sense, but it is kind of weird. Have you seen Sonic the Abridged Hog by the Roland Nolan? I don't even know what that is. Sorry. But anyways, the last 2 episodes, they had the dad play the twist villain, and I actually groaned. Like, I was not a fan of that decision in the slightest. Just, no. Fuck you. You really couldn't have just had, first of all, one eccentric character not be a villain, and for 2, one long lost parent character that isn't actually an asshole. Like, can't they just reconnect and have them all be good people? And also, episode 5 was where the Wade featuring Knuckles criticism actually came into play, because Knuckles had no reason to not be in it. And I say that because episode 6 actively falls apart because of it. Because Knuckles' lack of screen time in the second half makes his final fight completely unearned. Like, a lot of people like that fight, apparently, but I don't. Because it's the Flames of Disaster. But that was something Wade had to experience and grow with. So, like, why does Knuckles have the Flames of Disaster? Like, Wade's the guy with the meme. He should have it. Lol. Okay, Art, but to be fair, if they didn't greenlight the Knuckles miniseries, then we wouldn't have Sonic 3 and Knuckles happening within 2024. So, I think I can excuse that, but I cannot excuse the unfortunate writing. Oh yeah, and someone mentioned this earlier. Rory McCann disappointed me as a villain. Yeah, exactly. Like, I forgot he was even in it. He literally shows up at the beginning of the first episode, and then for the final fight of the final episode, and nowhere else. Like, why? Not used to play off of Knuckles or Wade. Not established as a big threat. I just didn't fucking care about that fight, man. And it wasn't even that well made. Like, in comparison to the other fights across the Sonic movies. Like, I know it's a miniseries, so that's kind of a weird so that's kind of an unfair comparison, but come on. I still think they could have done better. You know, by, like, actually having Wade's development was relatively well established. Like, how he plays off of Knuckles, learns to toughen up because of him. But Knuckles was supposed to learn how to appreciate the life around him. That was what he was gaining from Wade, but it just doesn't get any payoff, and I don't understand why. Like, I really don't. It's just really unfortunate. Like, I literally said I like the first half and just like the second half, so it's probably more worthy of going here. But because of how much Knuckles means to me as a character, and how well they've been handling Sonic stories, it just doesn't work. And we'll get to another Sonic story soon. But until then, X-Men 97. Fan-fucking-tastic. The absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Going to bed soon. Good night, chat. Good night, Boxy. Thanks for tuning in to the stream. I'm not putting Knuckles above Hellsing. I can't even do that as a joke. Especially since I have another thing that I want to put above Hellsing for the funny. But anyways, X-Men 97. Okay, this show. Okay. I'm gonna go into a bit of a tangent real quick, but bear with me as it's actually relevant to what I'm about to say. But X-Men 97, but like with Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, there was a criticism of how like no X-Men, no buy, yada yada yada. But the thing is, MVCI did not need the X-Men necessarily. Like, the only reason the X-Men were supposedly so important for the series was just because they were made during a time where the X-Men happened to be super popular. And now they're not anymore. Now we have Iron Man. We have other Avengers who are more popular than the X-Men. Like, don't get me wrong. It absolutely needed Wolverine at least. But like, if you really want to tell me that Spider-Man, Captain America, Iron Man, who's like the face of the "you want to do a fucking Infinite" meme, aren't important for the Marvel vs. Capcom series just because they're not X-Men, you're an actual moron. Like, no way around it. But anyways, the X-Men wasn't really doing so hot as an IP. Like, I heard the comics weren't really faring too well, like, and other media weren't treating them too well either. Like, yeah, we got the Deadpool movies and Logan, but that was it. That was the only good X-Men content people wanted to talk about. And even then, no one was really, I don't think anyone was really raving about Deadpool 1 and 2 being, like, massively amazing movies. So, like, X-Men 97 needed to be good in order for it to make the X-Men and mutants relevant again. And as you can tell, they made it into supremely based media that will bless your soul with a single touch. It is just as good as everyone said it was, if not better. Fucking phenomenal story that manages to take some of the themes from the classic X-Men, from the better X-Men stories, and makes it feel modern. Like, there's a line from episode 2, with the second, like, people say that episode 5 will hurt. It does, but so does episode 2. Because of a lot. Apparently the Watcher made a cameo in the show for some reason. Perhaps he did. I don't remember seeing him, but anyways, episode 2 literally has a line where one of the bad guys says, "We go through terrible shit too. We just had the courtesy to not whine about it." And I literally had to pause everything because, oh my gosh, that commentary is actually fucking brilliant. Actually fucking amazing. I fucking love that so much. And like, and I am made well aware that this is a continuation of the original 90s X-Men cartoon, which I have not seen before. So like, I was asking around if I needed to watch it. They said no. And while they were mostly true, there was a scene with Logan and Jean Grey where it was like, also, hello, Eric Hovland. There was a scene with Logan and Jean Grey where they, like, randomly kiss, and I'm like, what the fuck? I thought Jean and Scott were a couple. What's this? And I feel like I might have needed context from the 90s cartoon to get that, but otherwise, no, it's perfectly capable. Otherwise, they were right. It's perfectly enjoyable on its own, because it's really fucking good. Fucking amazing. Emotional bits, 10 out of 10. Absolute cinema. And it just reminded me of of why I fell in love with Marvel superheroes in the first place. And, like, superheroes as a whole. Cause I believe that the Marvel Cinematic Universe is, like, overhated. Like whenever you see like cringy dialogue in literally anything, people are quick to go, MCU dialogue, MCU moment. And even with, like, the DreamWorks new title card, people were like, MCU moment. And, like, the MCU did not invent cringy dialogue, nor did they invent, acknowledging their stories. Because for the former, cringy dialogue is cringy dialogue. It's a thing in bad media in general, and the MCU doesn't have nearly as much of it as people randomly feel like thinking. Favorite X-Men that isn't Magneto? Wolverine, probably. And then, anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, and as for the showcasing their best characters and franchises in the title card, no, Disney did that first with their DVDs. Like in the 2000s, they did it first. But, like, at the same time, I was definitely feeling the burnout, because there were so many shows that you needed to watch, and not all of them were what I came to expect the MCU for, following moments like Iron Man, Infinity War, the scope of Endgame, like, or at least the finale of Endgame. Like, except for Multiverse of Madness. I'm still dying on the hill that Multiverse of Madness is a good movie. I know it's got problems in the writing, but genuinely, it is the most fun Marvel movie I've experienced in years. Arguably the most fun, period. Even more so than the Spider-Man movies. I mean, come on. The climax literally has Doctor Strange reviving a zombified version of his own corpse, like, as he's puppeteering it to fight Scarlet Witch. That's fucking amazing. How can you hate that? Going through just 2024. This is just stuff I checked out in 2024. I feel like certain Scarlet Witch fans wouldn't like Multiverse of Madness. Wanda stands moment. Like, seriously, I really wish you would shut the fuck up about Wanda versus Zatanna. Like, I feel like every time the character's name dropped, he feels the need to rant about it. It's fucking annoying. You don't see me doing that shit with Ragnar versus Soul now, do you? I did it once. Never again. Anyways, but for me, it was Thor Love and Thunder. It was Thor Love and Thunder where I just decided, yeah, that's it. I'm out. Because like, if you remember in Endgame, Thor didn't get much of a payoff Thor didn't really get a payoff in Endgame, but while it's fair to criticize the movie for it, I also understood that Thor Love and Thunder was going to be that payoff. And they didn't do it right. Like, even Chris Hemsworth literally said, the story was sacrificed for jokes. Now, let's not take that out of context or anything. Like, I'm not going to take it out of context because they weren't literally saying there was no effort put into the story. It was just that they wanted it to be more comedy focused, which I guess is fine because a lot of people liked Thor Ragnarok for that reason. Yeah, Thor and Love and Thunder is just not a good movie, and it's just the most frustrating Marvel movie I watched. Like, as for Phase 4 stuff, I really like WandaVision. I'm an apologist for Multiverse of Madness. Let me see. Like, I thought Moon Knight was pretty good, but I cannot in good faith call it truly great because of how so many key not so many, but given how Moon Knight's Jewish lineage was basically ignored. WandaVision starts good but gets worse. I mean, I can kind of see it, but I don't think it ever gets bad. Like, it's just the final fight, which I think is kind of not that great. But, like, the stuff about Wanda I thought was handled really well. I'm just tired of superhero media being safe and palatable for most audiences. Call me a dick, but I liked when Marvel multimedia media was disconnected back in the 2000s. That's fair. And I fully agree with the first half. That's why Marvel Rivals has been trending a lot, because it's actually been taking risk. Introducing new characters. Having the Fantastic Four doing things other than just fighting Doctor Doom or Annihilus or whatever. And having it all feel like an interconnected world. Despite a lot of the deeper story bits being off to the side. I'm giving Agatha All Along a shot myself. I really hope Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes gets an X-Men 97 level revival. I need to watch Earth's Mightiest Heroes, to be honest. Because I didn't watch it growing up. I think it was just after the point where I felt like I was too old for superhero media until the MCU made it cool to enjoy superheroes again. And then I was like, holy shit, I grew up with these characters. It's so fucking amazing. Anyways. Yeah, Earth's Mightiest Heroes. I do know of Earth's Mightiest Heroes theme song. It's actually fantastic. I still need to watch the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies. Yeah, I need to start watching more Marvel content in general, because X-Men 97, genuinely fantastic. Awesome emotional beats. Though, if I had to say any problems of it, it would be, well... Chat, I am once again showing you another clip, because if you know, you know, but if you don't, allow me to show you. Allow me to show you.
Unless you don't now. Again.
This uniform shows up in Mexico bashing heads in with you. It sends a message.
Damn right that you stand with mutants. Unless you don't now.
Gotta do this by the book, Rogue. Right now, my hands are tied.
Well, if your hands are tied, you won't be needing this.
Yep. That's like the one truly bad thing I have about that. Why'd you have that ready to go? No, I just got it up really fast. I love how Captain America writing in X-Men stories are so in character. Yes, I've very much heard of that criticism. I've seen the comic panels that directly debunk that go over who Cap is supposed to be. But even ignoring that, even if you want to ignore that, it still begs the question, who the hell is tying his hands? Like, we don't really see, we don't, like, Cap doesn't seem to have that much surveillance over what he does. Like, he's not being eyed on that much. So, who exactly is tying his hands, and how tightly how tight is their hold on him? Like, that just doesn't make much sense to me. Like, and it honestly falls flat. But other than that, go watch X-Men 97 if you haven't already. And I also feel like they might be setting up another Marvel animated universe. Bring it the fuck on. I cannot wait to see what they do with it. Alright, Kenna, Bridge of Spirits. Now, I have actually played an indie game before. Like, I said that this was my first Also minor criticism, but I hate how X-Men 97 basically treats like no other superheroes capable of stopping the meteor Magneto. Doctor Strange literally exists. Why is he not doing anything? Fair. That's fair. Although there is another thing. Although, speaking of Magneto... Why is he hot? Like, why is he so hot? Like... I don't know, just his soothing voice, his long, luscious hair, his... I swear, I'm Arrow Ace. It's not gonna awaken anything in me, but why do they make him so hot? This and Old Man Wallace Wells from Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. Why do they make him so attractive? Gosh, I don't know. What is with you? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Look, 2024 just happened to be a year for sexy old people, okay? For sexy old men. Gilfs. I don't fucking know. And before people start taking this shit out of and before Nemesis Bloodreich has this as a clip, has this as like a transition clip for one of his segments in one of his ranking videos. Or like just one of his videos in general. If he uses this, then it's so over. Alright, anyways, before I get lost, let's talk about Kenna Bridge of Spirits. Like, I played the original Rivals of Aether in early access. So, like, no, Kenna Bridge of Spirits is not my first indie game, but first indie game that's not a fighting game? Sure. And it's a very short but sweet adventure. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Like, I mean, the story is kind of like, it reaches Persona 5 levels of being on the nose at times. Even if it's the exact same case where I like its messages. Actually, now that I keep looking at him, how about I just... Wait, okay, fuck. How do I set it as my desktop again? I'll do it later. Anyways, but like, I think it really excels in its combat. Like, it leads to some fun puzzle solving, some really good bosses that I heard took inspiration from the Souls games, and I can honestly see this as being like a better entry into like Soulsborne types, at least as far as boss fights go. Hang on. Okay, yeah, fuck it. Okay, here we go. Personalize. Background. Okay, 0, 0, 1. Oh, it doesn't... Oh, I gotta convert it. Okay, here we go. That's better. Browse photos. Not you. It's that easy. There we go. There we go. There we go, chat. Oh, fuck, I just... X'd out the whole thing. Gosh, I did it. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at this. What the fuck is going on? Where's the place where I can end stream? Ah, here it is. There we go. Oh, I gotta verify? Oh my gosh. Okay, technical difficulties are over. Anyways, about Kenna Bridge of Spirits. And I also really like I said that the combat was good, gameplay is good, puzzle solving is great. So we all agree Jonathan has an exception for Silver Fox when it comes to Big Arrow. Oh my gosh. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are killing me here. Reminds me when Grunkle Stan is usually fat and old, but in that one zombie episode he's suddenly buffing. True. Okay, but to be fair, not for every Silver Fox. Literally just for 2 from last year. If we can top the Gilf charts, we've made it. But whatever. Wait. I also really like the look of it. Like, this was the indie debut. This was the indie game debut of a development team who had experience with animating commercials. Like, I think there were some Coca-Cola animations. Like, the animations they made for Coca-Cola commercials. And, like, you can really tell, because the art style is really nice. The art direction's great with how the world looks very colorful and very, very fun to explore. Like, the lighting's really nice. The animation is great. And it also has rots, which are literally Pikmin, but you can make them wear a hat. Like, your argument sucks. Like, it's not a very long game either. Like, it's around 10 hours or so. But it's not an easy game, to be fair, and I honestly prefer short games anyway, given how much bullshit I have to do a day. So yeah, I think it's just very solid. Very solid overall, and I look forward to seeing, and I hope to see more from this development team. I can see why it won Best Indie of 2021. Now, Crown, this is the first and only music album. And, like, I don't usually listen to full albums because, like, I prefer exploring by song, but this one's an S tier solely because it's the only time I can think of where I actively wanted to listen to the full album just by how good it is. Because this is actually, like, one of those albums where it's conveying a personal struggle, because Eric Gales, he's essentially my favorite jazz and blues guitarist, along with Albert Cummings. And like this album, Crown, is because like he actually had a criminal record. In fact, his story is relatively similar to Robert Downey Jr., albeit instead of getting one of the most prestigious roles in cinema history, he creates an album that expresses all of it. Like his mentality, what he was going through, and how, while there was, Too Close to the Fire, one of the best ones, absolutely. Like, just, all the songs are bangers. Including the ones that are only like 20 seconds long. Like, My Own Best Friend's another great one. Just, they're all great. And I love how all of that is just so seamlessly woven into this album. Like, it explains his mindset, what he was thinking, but at no point does he excuse any of it. Like, he still acknowledges that what he did was wrong. But he also, like, it's a balance between I screwed up and there are problems with the world that need to get fixed, and we all need to tackle them together, one person at a time. That's a message that really resonates with me. And for that reason, I was very happy to have experienced the entire album. And you should as well. Now going on to the other X-Men thing. Deadpool and Wolverine, it's not my favorite of the Deadpool films. Like, I think I honestly prefer like Deadpool 2. Just popping in to say that seeing Banjo-kazooie and Tui being pretty high up makes me really happy. Good. Anyways, like, I think I prefer Deadpool 2 overall. But this one is easily the funniest one. Like, it does have some problems. I call this the Diet No Way Home. I can see it. But like, I still think it's a good movie. Like it's really fun, and I also really like how the Wolverine stuff was handled. Where it's like serves as a love letter to the old X-Men movies, and that's what I think they were trying to convey with the worst Wolverine thing. I like to think of that as a metaphor for how everyone just like has historically shoved aside the like Fox Marvel movies like X-Men and Fantastic Four and such, and how just everyone says don't watch them, and no one gave much attention to their best films. Like Logan, there were Logan in the first two Deadpool movies, but a lot of people also call them outliers and just say that the other X-Men movies are just not that special, they're not that good, and the Fantastic Four movies certainly didn't help. And this film is like not just a love letter to it, but also as a reminder to everyone that like those movies should not be forgotten by just because Disney is in charge of Marvel now. And like even Deadpool's fuck you attitude, like even Deadpool's like raunchy attitude towards Disney, like literally saying fuck you Disney, like at the beginning of the movie. Like around the beginning of the movie. Like really hits it home for me. And when you look at the movie through that, I think it's really good. Though like it still has some problems. Like the Marvel Jesus gold doesn't really have much weight to it. And getting a lot of bye-bye-byes in the chat. Don't blame any of you guys. Yeah, the flame on scene was perfect. And like the ending just kind of dragged on a little too long. And I also think they could have done more with like Deadpool's side of things. Cause like Deadpool's character arc with the Marvel Jesus thing kind of left a bit to be desired. I mean, the climax is fun, where he's just killing the shit out of all these other Deadpools, but it doesn't really support his arc in the way that it should have. Especially since the only Deadpool we get to interact with is like the nice pool, I believe they called it. But anyways, I guess through that lens, like the nice Deadpool, you could also say is supporting my theory about is like what Deadpool would have looked like if he was fully Disney-fied, and how the real Deadpool would never want to do that. Plus, I just think that Ryan Reynolds' acting carries this film once again. Like, it's the case for all three of the Deadpool movies. Like, The Proposal. And then, like, it's okay where like, movies are just pretty good at best and worst, usually. But like, Ryan Reynolds is just so good in the role that it's a lot of fun for me. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if many people were introduced to NSYNC through this movie. Like, that's not the case for me, but it did get me hooked on Bye Bye Bye, because that opening sequence is fucking iconic. And I watched this movie in theaters on the same night that I watched Inside Out 2. I do wish that we could have a normal discussion about how good this movie is. Because, like, not in the sense that people are toxic about it, but because for every good thing you can say about it, there's like an asterisk next to it. Like, oh hey, this movie being a success was fucking epic because it's a great movie. But then you realize, A, this is likely gonna justify Pixar's decision to focus on making recycled sequels as opposed to making any like as opposed to having any faith in original IPs, and B, they might be further justified to say that making Riley less gay or less bisexual was a good move because it clearly made us a lot more money. And it's just, yes, because Inside Out is a great movie, albeit I don't think it's as good as the first one. And that's for a couple reasons. Like, A, I just kind of prefer the stakes from the first film where they actually had Riley running away because they didn't know what to do with, like, because they didn't know what to, like, in general, like, both of these films have had, like, I don't want to say bad faith, but very confusing criticisms where people are looking too deep into the emotion side of things, and it's like, okay, but does it really matter that much? Like, it's not like Elemental where you can actually, where it can actually cause problems for the film itself. No, here, the world-building criticisms really are just nitpicky. Like, say, okay, but do the emotions have emotions and things like that? No, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Focus on the story. And like you have anger, fear, and disgust, just trying to figure out how to get Riley on the right path with sadness and joy out of the picture. And like, they try doing things on their own, but they don't expect the consequences. That's a really, really, really powerful way of expressing how like young children have no idea of how to control their emotions. Like, that's actually brilliant. And it also makes the stakes, though, like, I fully respect Inside Out 2 for making the stakes lower scale deliberately by just having Riley, like, exactly, Lamo Supremo. What I heard was a few writers wanted to make her bi, but Pixar went back on that. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And like anyways, as I was saying, like, it was just trying to make the varsity hockey team, and we never see if she made it or not. And I think it's, though, like, given that Riley smiles at the end, I'm pretty sure she did. But you could also take it as her being more okay with not making the team. And like, I think that's a fair interpretation. But like, at the end of the day, I just prefer how the stakes were handled in the first movie, because they felt more engaging. And the second thing I think that Joy as a character is a little worse. It's like kind of worse than she was in the first film. Just because like the first film had her learning about how you can't have the good without the bad, and how emotions are supposed to be complex, and like seeing emotions like anxiety in the film. Obviously, I wouldn't expect her to be ready for that, especially since anxiety is a very complex emotion. But like there are moments where it feels like her character is regressing, at least a little bit, just because like the beginning of the movie establishes a device where she takes bad memories and just puts it in the back of the mind. I know what they're going for, but I feel that Joy would. I feel that it would have been more in character. I feel that it would have been more in character for her to like try to put a more optimistic spin on the bad memories, given that she's pretty much exclusively surrounded by negative emotions like fear, anger, disgust, sadness, and all that stuff. Love how the dad acts with anxiety. Yeah, precisely. and but I know that Joy's character hasn't actually regressed, because the beginning of the movie also has a scene where like Riley just discovered that her best friends are going to be moving to a different school, and then Sadness walks up to the control panel with Joy, and they both touch the control panel so that Riley is able to shed a tear but still smiles, like knowing that everything is going to be okay. That was a beautifully done scene. It was a very well done sequence, you could say. And anxiety? Okay. I don't know if I think I mentioned this a couple times before, but I'm officially diagnosed with severe anxiety. And I've been doing years of therapy and counseling to try and manage it. But they handled anxiety perfectly in a way that resonated with me more than anything in the first film. Even if it's a better movie, the way they captured anxiety, absolutely fantastic. It was like fear was based around preparing for what you can see, and anxiety was like supposed to prepare you for what you can't see. Yes, that is perfectly spot on. That is exactly how I experience anxiety. That is how anxiety is often diagnosed. Which is why I was fucking mauling when I saw Adam from YMS have a totally brain dead take on it, where he said that anxiety and fear were the same thing. Like, to be fair, this wasn't a reaction, it wasn't a review or anything, but that was still a brain dead, idiotic take. And he was like, why is anxiety here? It's just the same thing as fear, right? And it's like, bro, no, you are objectively wrong. They are not the same thing. Only one of them is diagnosed as a mental illness, and it isn't fear. Fear is more like a response, whereas anxiety is an inner feeling that you feel inside of you. Like Adam, YMS, I swear, I'm trying to respect you, but moments like this, and like your dreadful Mario movie where you cried about like a small handful of people being a little mean to you a long time ago for 14 minutes in a 16-minute review, making it really hard to. In before he leaves a comment like aggressively defending himself and insulting me for no reason, or like lumping me in with the people who were a little mean to him. Yeah, YMS is not a bad person. He's not even a bad YouTuber. In fact, I think he's necessary. I think he's like necessary for the YouTube landscape, because someone as big as him actively recommending people to watch more niche films and like just watch more movies than just blockbusters or whatever's mainstream. Like, that alone, undying respect for that. Especially since when he's able to like sit his ass down and like make a stream elaborating on his thoughts for like an hour or so, he usually does a good job. Like, the only time he didn't was like with the whole Yoko Kanno thing, where like he said plagiarism was basically like same vibe, same sound, same aesthetic, when like nobody tell him about 12 Bar Blues in that case. Though to be fair, he at least acknowledges that with Yoko Kanno specifically, Like, he at least acknowledges that it could have been a moment where it's like... Where it's like, what's it? Oh yeah, where like, she was specifically asked to, like, produce a piece that sounded like this other song here. But at the same time, what I don't think he fully touched on is that Kenji Yamamoto, who's like a Dragon Ball composer, his career fucking ended for having even less examples of plagiarism than Yoko Kanno, despite being just as well known. Yet Yoko Kanno is still making music. And so I just don't think he really went into that very much. Though, like, I do agree with him criticizing the one video that went over the plagiarism accusations of Yoko Kanno with Cowboy Bebop, where he never really engaged with it. He didn't really address the arguments beyond saying, "Oh, people say plagiarism all the time." Yeah, I agree. That was a dumb thing to do. But man, YMS is just one of the most complicated people I can talk about right now. And like, does YMS sound like... He does sound like Alan! You're so right! But without any of the charm, I guess, because I don't like watching his videos, personally. Okay. Mario Kart Super Circuit. I don't expect this stream to bang in views, so I'll just say I like it. And leave it at that. Though, Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga... Actually, no. Super Circuit's going to be B tier. Just like Superstar Saga. This is the original. It's not the remake. Not the remake of Superstar Saga, I mean. Like, this was the original on Game Boy Advance. It's really good. It's just that I just don't know what else I can say about it because everyone else is talking about how much of a banger video game it is. I don't think the second half of the game drags that much. Like, I think the final level is really cool, where you fight all the Koopalings who have their own unique strategies before fighting Bowletta and Cackleta's soul. Though, I guess if you're saying second half as in needing to, like, revisit the whole world again, then fair. That much I can agree with. But other than that, I didn't really think it dragged out that much. Unlike a certain other Mario RPG. Though I do want to make it clear, I still like Dream Team more than I don't. But it has a lot of flaws. And art, whatever pacing issues you had with Superstar Saga's second half, Dream Team has that throughout the entire game, basically. Like I'm sure you've heard the so many tutorials criticism before. They're true. They're true. Yeah, it's definitely not Sticker Star. Like I said, it's a good game. It's just not that good, if you catch my drift. But I can't put it in D tier either. Because, like, I don't think I could bring myself to. Because the combat is just fluid as ever. And unironically, this is my favorite soundtrack of, like, the entire Mario & Luigi series. Like, sub-series. Like, I will say that Inside Story has the higher highs, like, in the final cannot be topped. But Dream Team as a collective soundtrack, like as a whole soundtrack, I think is the most well-rounded and enjoyable to listen to. I've not played Brothership, but we'll get there soon. And I have not seen Mufasa either. I'm not talking about that. Yes, Never Let Up. Unironically, one of the greatest normal boss themes in any RPG ever. I stand by that. But my issue is that going in and out of the dream world, it's just not fun. Not that fun. Especially with certain Luiginary mechanics, like literally putting the game to a stop until the animation finishes. Like the fire ice level, I just could not tolerate that much. Like, sheesh. It's not fun to watch at all. I mean, not... Yeah, watch, actually. Let alone play. And then, and like, another thing about Dream Team is that having to revisit the whole world again in Superstar Saga is only for like a small part of the game. But for Dream Team, it's the entire second half. Though, like, again, I do think the gameplay has good elements to it. I like the giant battles for the most part. Like, the only times I didn't care for them were where, like, you had to hold the 3DS horizontally and then also use the gyroscope controls. It was just way too stiff and awkward to control. I heard from a friend Dream Team has the gameplay of Bowser's Inside Story, but even better and good narrative, but it's very slow paced. Oh, another thing, the story is just virtually non-existent. Like, hate to say it, but it's kind of like Sticker Star, where you basically get the entire plot at the beginning, and then not a lot happens until around the end. Though, to be fair, there's definitely more that does happen than in Sticker Star, because there are at least plot points like Bowser gets the Dream Stones, and Bowser eventually betrays Phantasma, or like kicks into the curb. But like, the thing about Inside Story, that game's a banger because even if the story was relatively simple, there were things constantly happening to both Bowser and the bros. I think that the game was relatively along the same length. Like, let me check real quick. How long is Mario and Luigi? This was Inside Story. 22 hours. Then Mario and Luigi Dream Team. Yeah, it took... Google says 40 hours, but for me it took around 30, so relatively around the same time it took for me for Inside Story. But the difference between the two is that, like I said, Inside Story had things actually happening throughout multiple points of the story. We got to learn about, like, Fawful's plan was unfolding slowly but surely. We got to learn about the Dark Star, which Alex Rochon somehow consciously ignored for no reason back in his Countdown days. Yeah, Fawful should be in Mario Kart, absolutely. And then we also got to meet a consistent rival in that of Midbus. And there were also things happening in Bowser's body, like, that felt relevant to the story, especially since Mario and Luigi had to activate that part of the story. Like, whether Bowser had to fight a giant castle or like the fucking train, Fawful train. Yeah, I do think Dream Team has better giant battles, but cause there are also moments where you get to deal increased damage to the boss and like pay attention to the environment, and also reactions just felt more satisfying there, if not a bit clunky in a couple areas. But otherwise, I really wanted to like this game more and say it's underrated, but I can't. But I don't think it's bad either. It's a perfectly fine game. But the Thousand Year Door remake, however... absolutely. Like, we already know this. I was streaming it for a reason. It's like a near perfect remake. I say near because I did notice that like when you explore bits of Rogueport, like it goes to a black screen for some reason, and I didn't like that. And it's also in 30 FPS instead of 60 FPS, but ironically, I also felt that made the reaction commands more responsive than the original, in spite of it. And like, it's just a fantastic remake. Fixes all the problems with the original. It doesn't add too much new content, but still. Yeah, that final boss was crazy. Oh boy. Look what's next, chat. F tier. Yeah. Megamind versus the Doom Syndicate. What more could possibly be said? Yeah. Yeah, somehow. In fact, I'm just gonna say it. It ain't even the worst DreamWorks movie of the year. Kung Fu Panda 4 is worse. I will go there. Cause like with Megamind, I was more bored than anything. And like, even if you take it as its own project, like it's only down here because of how disrespectful it is to the Megamind brand. Whereas, if you took its story at face value and you explained it outside of the context of being a Megamind movie, it's still bad, but it doesn't hurt as much. And also, it was just shoved to streaming services with no ever. So like, whereas Kung Fu Panda 4, it got a theatrical release. They genuinely wanted people to see this movie. They clearly wanted people to care about this movie. And they buggered it up so badly. Like, though, in case you're wondering, yes, I do in fact take back what I said about Tai Lung being the worst Kung Fu Panda villain. He's still overhyped. Mad overhyped. I still stand by that. But he ain't the worst. He ain't the worst. That goes to the Chameleon, who's such... Like, Tai Lung at least had things to talk about. Chameleon's just nothing. Like a shapeshifter, okay, that's cool. And I can also see what you did there. And I can also like see what you did there with like having the movie be about change and then having the villain be like a chameleon queen or empress or whatever whose power is being able to change her appearance. Okay. Would have been nice if you actually did anything with it though. Like literally anything. Story-wise. But no, they didn't. The chameleon, and also, but you know what? Bad villain's a bad villain. It's gonna hurt, but not as much as what actually disappointed me the most. I could tell that this was trying to be an honest continuation. Like, if we were going by objective standards, Megamind vs. the Doom Syndicate is worse. Like, it would actually go below. But Kung Fu Panda 4 bothers me more. And that's because it's so painfully obvious. They wanted to make an honest continuation of Poe's story by having him find a successor. Not sure why it needs to be now, but then again, I've never seen the TV series, so I don't get that. And also, it's really weird how no one outside of the Valley of Peace knows about the Dragon Warrior. Like, wasn't the Dragon Warrior like a prestigious title that was renowned across all of China? Like, they went to other aspects of China, and like, they want, and like, how is he only known in the Valley of Peace? Like, I don't get that. Aquafina wasn't even frustrating like some find her in other roles. If we're talking to the bad guys, I would agree, but because we're talking about Zen from Kung Fu Panda 4, no. First of all, very generic design. Second of all, it was so painfully obvious that she was going to be the successor, and I actively did not want that. Because it just didn't make much sense. Made no sense. And third of all, to quote Shea Frillis, Stop hiring Aquafina. She's not good at anything except in the farewell. And I guess kind of the bad guys. Like, tonally, she fit the film. But that's it. Just stop hiring Aquafina. Stop putting Aquafina in things. Like, you had her in Shang-Chi, and while Shang-Chi is an alright movie, Aquafina was not one of the highlights. Then you had... Yeah, I mean, support Asian actors, but maybe highlight ones that maybe support Asian actors who aren't shoehorned into every movie ever. Just an idea. She was horrible in Raya and the Last Dragon. And, like, another thing that bothered me is that, like, it just pretends that Kung Fu Panda 3 never happened aside from acknowledging that Poe's dad exists. Which even then, there was a teaser for it in the end of Kung Fu Panda 2. Like I think that movie ends with Poe's dad saying, "My son is near," or something like that. I don't quite remember, but still. And then it's like Poe starts feeling the exact same insecurities. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Wasn't Kung Fu Panda 3 like sort of about finding a successor or whatever? Or like, no, it was about like training a new legion of Kung Fu Panda warriors. But how would that not lead him to finding a successor? Like, it makes more sense for pandas, right? Because Poe had to cope with the fact that none of the martial arts styles, none of the kung fu styles really worked with him, but he got by using what made him special. Like, that was not how was that not why wasn't that not the lesson that he taught Zen in KFP4? And also, they had Ping. They did that thing from Kung Fu Panda 3, where they had Ping regressing, where they had Ping's character regressing yet again. But with Kung Fu Panda 3, that was like the main problem. That was like really the only problem I had with it. Whereas here, it's a byproduct of a string of problems I have with the movie. And also, why did Ping not give him any encouragement until the second act low point? He was supposed to be the one to help him find a successor. He had a dynamic with Poe's father, and he had connections with all the other pandas from the village. Are you fucking kidding me? Yes, I did enjoy Ping and Lee, kind of. Like, I did not like how Ping's character was regressing, like I said earlier, but that scene in the pub, I'll admit, it made me laugh. And also, if nothing else, it did give us that godlike cover of Baby One More Time by Tenacious D. Speaking of hitting you one more time, you know my Hellsing Ultimate take? Well, if any of you have seen Murder Drones, sorry, not sorry! I didn't like it. I could not stand the pilot. And while I checked out a couple other episodes, they didn't do anything for me. I was just bored than anything else. But that pilot really hindered it for me. Like, the action was just bad. Like I can understand the show, like, actively embracing being cringe. And if that works for you, then props. Like, props to you. But it just actively annoyed me because like, in the pilot at least, like, it wasn't nearly as prevalent in the other episodes I watched. But the pilot, while they were trying to make emotional moments, or like key moments, whether they were trying to be emotional, suspenseful, or whatever, they just kept getting bogged down by the bad faith utilization, by the show's bad faith humor, like bad faith use of humor. And also, none of the humor was funny. Like, it takes a lot for me to like cringe comedy. Like, it works for me with Michael Scott in The Office. But if you can't make it work, then I'm actively gonna dislike it. And here it just did not work for me at all. And like the other episodes were just more boring than anything. I felt stone-faced the entire time. I didn't think the dynamics between N and Uzi, I didn't find it that endearing, that funny, that memorable, that interesting, or that anything really. It was just Elsie Lovelock and Michael Kovac being Elsie Lovelock and Michael Kovac. Really. And I was especially disappointed because I really like Digital Circus, and I was hoping to get some of the same writing style, though admittedly that's like just kind of bad faith on my end because Gooseworks is not the same writer as Liam. Didn't help it felt like it was too fast-paced in terms of how the story went. Yeah, that's the other thing. So, sorry. Not for me. But you want to know what is for me? Yes, sir! In fact, yes! We are literally dancing to Get Enough on Murder Drones' graves. Okay, memes aside, this is unironically everything I ever wanted. Like, it would actually go at the top of the list regardless. Does it deserve to be here? No. No, it doesn't. It doesn't deserve to be here. Would I call it a super underrated game? Probably yes, I would. Cause like, I would love to see more people playing it. But would I call it the best game of 2023 or even the best indie game of 2023? No and no. Like, at best, this is a, like, 7, 8 out of 10 game. And, like, I don't really care for how they handled the police system. I think that the original Jet Set Radio handled it better. Cause, it gets a little too oppressive at times, and they just never let up. Whereas, in Jet Set Radio, you're still able to, like, have them lose your tail, and your dash is a built-in bullet timing, gives you built-in bullet timing speeds. What is the best indie game of 2023 to you? This one, but it's not objectively the best. Yeah, the reason, and like, the thing about Jet Set Radio is that there was this line from an F-Zero related video essay I saw that always resonated with me. It's like, they say that they don't, because they can't really innovate on F-Zero. And while that's not wrong, the guy in the video essay also made a point to say, but if you're not able to reliably play what has already been done before, what does that matter? That's my exact mindset with Bomb Rush Cyberfunk, because there is nothing, literally nothing, like Jet Set Radio, and hasn't been in decades. So, like, along came Bomb Rush Cyberfunk's announcement to be, like, a more modern take on Jet Set Radio, as well as just a throwback game to all the stylish polygonal graphics from the Dreamcast era. It did that. It did exactly that and more. Like, a lot of people say that the trick system is kind of mindless. That's a criticism I disagree. Like, I mean, I guess if you mean in the sense of it being button mashing, then fine, but you don't have to mash buttons. Like, there are a lot of ways you can build your trick meter, like, from, like, the graffiti. Talking about Electric Underground? Maybe. I might be talking about him. Like, it could be someone else. I don't know. But anyways, it's through graffiti, through, like, a writing down rails, through, like, grinding on other, like, I mean, hills, writing down, just like, blazing down hills, grinding on rails, and, like, also holding the direction that you turn if there's, like, a sharp turn. There's just a lot you can do, as well as boost mechanic, and just, you can get some really sick airtime with it. And, like, it's just so much fun that you don't want to progress the main story, which I mean in the best way. Oh, and by the way, the music I play, I've been playing, like, before the stream, as well as what I just played, it's called Get Enough by Hideki Naganuma. The composer / producer of Jet Set Radio soundtrack, and, like, but it's not all him. It's actually, the soundtrack is, a majority of which is just some underground hip-hop and R&B artists, all of which are bangers. And they also made especially sure that if you play them in YouTube videos, you won't get any copyright claims for it, nor will you get flagged for revenue sharing. And that is amazing! That is fucking amazing that they took that into account, and I love it! I love that so much! So again, realistically, this game is, like, at best would be a low A. But to me, it's an 11 out of 10. And that's why it's up here. Like, let me just edit the name real quick. Alright, get ready for that new Jet Set to come next year. Yeah, baby! It's back! Albeit it got leaked first, but it was eventually confirmed. I can't wait to see an official trailer. Alright, chat. What do we think about Minions Rise of Gru? What do we think? How are we feeling about Minions Rise of Gru? Be honest. Because if nothing else, it's better than Hellsing! Yes. Yeah. But for real, I lost control of my... So there was this one week where I was at home, sicker than I've ever been in my life, with literally nothing was happening. Nothing was making me feel better. Like, I had awful sinuses, and eventually, and, like, my head was hurting. And, like, I just said, you know what, fuck it. Let's just order a giant-ass pizza and watch Minions Rise of Gru like a toddler would. And I'm like, yet I'm still able to comprehend everything I saw. Like, funnily enough, Nemesis Bloodrock had the near exact same experience. Or at least, his mom got bored and, like, woke him up at, like, 3 a.m. or something and said, let's watch Minions Rise of Gru. That was kind of like me. And then Minions Rise of... And then I watched the movie and it's like... It's the most it's an Illumination film, so obviously it wasn't going to be breaking any ground. The Gru stuff was good. Everything else was just... meh. Illumination. Yeah, it's weird how they snuck it on 9/11 joke, though. The only interesting thing I had to say about this movie is that A, Rise of Gru sweep, and B, it's better than Hellsing. Best in show? So for those who don't know, Best in Show was directed by the guy who wrote The Office. I don't remember if this was before or after, probably before. So if you like The Office, then you'll definitely get quite a bit from this movie. Cause like, it's about like a mockumentary, it's like a mockumentary style. Like the This Is Spinal Tap sort of way. But like, it's all about a dog show and like the build up to it. And like the mindsets coming across every family. Like, if you like the Office style of humor, then you'll definitely vibe with this, I feel. But if you don't, then it's probably not gonna be your cup of tea. Like my favorite parts of it were like the couple with the dog named Beatrice, because they were like, oh my gosh, the dog is so anxious, and then the camera pans to the dog who's like perfectly fine. Like, it shows no reaction to anything until the dog show, where like the constant stress and pressure emulate that the couple received is finally let loose from the dog. And then it's just really fun. It's just really funny stuff. And the other couples are likable too, just not as memorable to me. But I could definitely vibe with this, though. Probably because it's not as memorable, I'd put it in C tier. But like, probably the top of C tier, though. I just wish it had more. Cause like, fun fact about dogs, like, despite them being to understand commands like sit, stay, lay down, etc., aside from very specific instances like that, very simple instances like that, they cannot understand what you're saying, like, at all. But they have a very strong understanding of the emotions. So if you're feeling super excited, then the dog gets excited. If you're feeling super stressed, then the dog's gonna feel just as stressed. And if you feel sad, then the dog's also gonna mellow out a little. That's why you gotta pay attention to your emotions around a hyperactive dog, especially when you walk into a house and you get a dog barking at you, super excited to see you. You gotta ease your voice, get the dog to stay still, stay silent. It doesn't work perfectly with like super young puppies or anything, but it works more than it doesn't. As long as you keep at it. And like, I like seeing that represented in this movie. Do you have a dog? No, but I used to. And I have plenty of friends who do have dogs. Okay, chat. We got the Multiversus relaunch, which I'm also putting in C tier. C for conflicted. Because I do think as a platform, Smash ripoff number 2? How about more like Timeout Seiya for 5 times 2 minutes? Fuck you, bitch. Yes, the microtransactions were definitely one of the problems. But the core gameplay, like, even if it wasn't like the beta, which, to be fair, let's not get all rose-tinted glasses for the beta either. It also had problems. Like, people knew it had problems. Like, knew the beta had problems, but the core gameplay was still fun. And I think that making the characters larger and slowing down the gameplay was an interesting idea. Although now you have Season 5 where they just essentially took it back to beta speed in terms of hits done. Like, they just... And then they just made the game exactly how it should have been at launch. The character roster could definitely be better. Yeah. I already posted this on Bluesky, but I'll show it again here. I made a tier list based on how much each of the characters add to the game. Like, let's take a look at it real quick. Like, you have straight up requirements. You got Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. They're the big three DC. Gotta add them. No way around it. Steven Universe, super influential. Powerpuff Girls, probably the most iconic 90s cartoon from Cartoon Network, I believe. I want to say. Oops. Tom and Jerry, another one of the most iconic classic cartoons. And Bugs Bunny is Bugs Bunny. He was like the face of Warner for so many years. Before David Zaslav started swinging his wang around. Then you got an inspired choice, to be sure. Where you have Jason Voorhees. Perfect choice for a big body character. Agent Smith instead of Neo. More villains. Good, great choice. Samurai Jack. Not a requirement, but an excellent choice nonetheless. And they actually translated him really well into 3D graphics. Like, just look at him here. He actually looks really good. I wish we could have gotten Pinky and the Brain as a character. Not sure how they would have worked, but Animaniacs in this game would have been awesome. Shaggy, less the character itself and more what they could have done with him. Finn and Jake, similarly iconic to Steven Universe, but I just didn't want to put too much emphasis on the requirement. Oh yeah, and Rick and Morty for adult animation. Yeah, perfect. Marceline, one of the best picks for an Adventure Time character. Raven, one of the best picks for a DC character. Gizmo, representing Gremlins. Classic movie that I still need to watch, but need to. And you should too. If they ever make a Multiversus 2, everyone in the requirement row would be there. Replace would with should, and you have my opinion. And then, about to have some fun even if they aren't the best idea. Characters who are like aren't perfect, like probably didn't need to be in the game, but they either add something interesting to gameplay, like Aquaman and Marvin, or they're just interesting choices, like Beetlejuice, more comedy horror. Pretty niche, but it's the good kind of niche. And Garnet, one of the more popular Steven Universe characters, so I can understand, even if I don't think Steven Universe needed a second character, at least not so early on, but, you know. Honestly, Shaggy and Scooby should have been a duo. No, I don't think so. And then, cool, but better for the back burner, meaning I just don't think these characters needed to be in the game. Although you could make a case for Iron Giant being in B because Multiversus doesn't have that many big bodies. And Stripe, it actually is a cool idea, like having both versions of the Gremlins, but probably not necessary, especially since he didn't really add that much to gameplay. Like, he's very simple, as all things considered. Arya Stark, a Game of Thrones rep was perfect for this game, but from what I hear, Arya was one of the worst choices they could have gone with. Velma, again, really like her moveset. I think she adds a lot to gameplay. But as for, like, Velma herself, I think you could have put it off. Like, you could have, like, in a way, you could replace her moveset with Scooby and nothing would change. Harley Quinn? Like, I mean, it's Harley Quinn, not the most interesting. Damn, they put you in over Scooby-Doo and Daffy? At least you fill a niche. Meaning, I just don't think these characters needed to be added to the game, but they're not the worst thing ever. Lola Bunny. I mean, I guess if you want to argue needing more women, which I think the game does fine. As far as female characters go. Black Adam. On paper, I'd argue he's B or at least C tier. But at the end of the day, he was really added only to promote a movie. And Morty, Rick was a necessity, but Morty isn't. And I just don't think he adds that much compared to Rick. And then the F tier, straight up, did not need to be in the game. Banana Guard. I get that the joke character was having him be the most generic character in the game in a roster with relatively complex movesets. But I hear that there are plenty of more iconic adventure, and better Adventure Time characters to fill that niche, to fill that role. And B, Banana Guard actually could have had an interesting moveset, so that's just a waste. LeBron was just for Space Jam chicanery, and fuck Space Jam. Nubia, I don't even know what purpose she serves here. Like, I did hear that she was like one of, if not the first female of color in DC. Like, maybe she was prevalent in the Dakotaverse. But then you remember that A, she's way too similar to Wonder Woman. And B, if you wanted to represent, like, DC characters of color, Static. Static was right there. And Taz, probably the most contentious one, because Taz is one of the more iconic Looney Tunes characters, but what killed it for me is that Taz just adds nothing to the game. Like, he just added nothing to the game, to, like, the gameplay as far as bruisers are concerned. Like, you want a bruiser that specializes in debuffs? Technically, Batman fills that role better. And you could also semi-argue Shaggy. And Garnet's also a... Yeah, Static would have been inspired as hell. Garnet would have filled that bruiser role better than Taz does. But still, you look at this roster and the picks aren't too bad. The problem... But then you realize that there are some obvious choices not here. And that's the real problem with the roster. It's not the characters they went with, it's the characters they didn't add. Like, there's no Scooby-Doo, there's no Daffy Duck, there's no Ben 10. Like, they added Aquaman when I think that Green Lantern would have been more interesting. They added Black Adam and Nubia instead of, again, Green Lantern. Gandalf got leaked and still isn't in the game. I heard that he was scrapped. I heard that he was actually scrapped because of, like, copyrights or something. Same with all the Harry Potter characters. Ruby could have been in it if Rooster Teeth didn't shut down at the time. Ruby probably would have been either an A tier or B tier, depending on how she played. Because on the one hand, again, Ruby before all these obvious picks, but on the other hand, web series being in this game, great choice. Yeah, no regular show makes me sad. True! In fact, there was like a list, like a full list of characters who were playing for the game, and so many of them were the characters that people were clamoring for, except for Ben 10. He was not one of those characters somehow, which is weird. And there's also no Walter White, if you remember that meme. Ultimately, I think that Multiversus' roster is fine, but it has some glaring problems. And the gameplay, I will say, it's not as good as Rivals of Aether or even Nick Brawl, either one of the Nick Brawl games. I wanted Ed, Ed, and Eddie, but I'm not sure if there's an issue with that. I think it's just figuring out how they would work. Ed, Ed, and Eddie would have been B tier. And then like the core gameplay of Multiversus was still fun enough that I kept going. And I thought that the way they were handling rifts were pretty interesting, or at least they got better as they went along. Season 1 did. And like Season 2 also did. Was mostly good, but then it had an asterisk next to it, where I thought you wouldn't need to grind so much of it, but actually you did. And that sucks. Do you think it would have been better if it was a full price game instead of a live service? That depends on what you mean. If you mean instead of like full price as in like the costumes are unlockable in game and it's like easier to unlock things, then yeah, probably. But if you mean the exact same game but you put a price tag on it, absolutely not. And like the fighter currency just had no reason. Like actually no, the perk currency had no reason to exist. Like why couldn't perk currency and fighter currency have been a single currency? Like they're both used for fighters anyway, so what was the point? Like, and for some inexplicable reason, you earn way more perk currency than you do fighter currency? Why? I don't get that. That just made no sense. But like, I have also heard that Season 5 was like a last-ditch effort to save the game. Because like, Warner was looking to close it. Like, that's what the leaks were saying. And like, it is actually doing better than it has been, barring its initial relaunch, like Season 1, most of Season 1. But like, as for whether or not the numbers are enough to save it, we'll see. We'll see what the we'll see how the community. We'll see if the community does anything. All right, chat. Full Metal Alchemist. For the sake of preservation, it should have been full price with unlockable skins and stuff. Now it's about to become lost media in real time. Hopefully they can make an offline version where you're able to unlock the costumes through the Rift mode and like all the Rifts are available. It still has the same roster, maybe like 1 or 2 more characters, but it's full price. And like no microtransactions. Or at least not nearly as much. And like all characters are available to unlock. Like all characters are unlockable. Oh, and also I heard about Tony Hyun and how much of a shitty boss he was. Ouch. But thankfully, I don't think Player First Games is, well, mostly thankfully, I don't think Player First Games is, as a studio, is closing down. They're gonna have one hell of a cause I think that, if I remember correctly, Warner Brothers actually has them contracted more often for, like, the Warner Brothers' games department. Yeah, you should be able to play offline locally, like via Parsec at least. That's what people did with the beta. But man, we'll see what happens. But like, if PFG isn't guaranteed to be moved to another project, then I hope that most of the people who were there are able to work. And by most, I mean literally everyone except for Tony, because fuck Tony. Now, Full Metal Alchemist. Now, this is FMA Brotherhood. Once again, I did the reading. They said this is the definitive anime experience. And if you remember my thoughts on Hellsing, you might be surprised to hear that I didn't like it. I fucking loved it. Fucking loved it. Absolutely peak, literally 3rd favorite anime of all time. Everything good you've heard about it, they're right. They're right. And I'm so fucking happy that I was able to experience it during a time where I was able to, like, get a better feel for analyzing media. Absolutely amazing anime. Even in English. Like, sure, the main character is voiced by him. But like, to be fair, this is one of those cases where you're able to separate the art from the artist, or in this case, the voice actor from the character. Like the performance from the actor. Plus, it's not like he's the only amazing voice actor. That's not even close. Cause like, the English dub is genuinely fantastic. One of the best English dubs of all time. Yeah, Vic Mignogna. Go watch Mars Girl's 11-hour video. Like, with breaks if you need to, but go watch it. It really helps simplify everything as much as an 11-hour video is able to, but to be fair, there is a lot. What did the VA do? A lot! Like I said, check out Mars Girl's video. Does a fantastic job at breaking down. You know who else is peak English dub actor? Matthew Mercer. True! But anyways, back to FMA. The only reason it's not my favorite shonen, and it's only my third favorite anime, instead of like my second or favorite, which even then, my favorite anime is my second favorite anime is my favorite shonen, Yu Yu Hakusho, which is behind Cowboy Bebop, my favorite work of fiction. So clearly, the gap's not important. Like, but the only reason it's number 3 is the humor. Actually, fuck it, I'll put it up here. It deserves it. Like, it's the humor. Like, you know how supposedly Full Metal Alchemist fans have the reputation for only knowing one joke? Well, you know what they say, stereotypes do come from a place of truth. And the series does reuse the short Ed jokes over and over again. And I also got a little annoyed by the constant will they, won't they, and like between Ed and Winry, especially when other characters started contributing to it. And that honestly hurts to say because Ed and Winry is genuinely a fantastic like romantic pairing. Because like you get to the scene where she realizes that Scar was the one, where Winry realizes that Scar was the one who killed her parents. And then she seeks him out of revenge, but Ed actively stops her from doing that. Because he wants to be better. And yeah, Scar's also an amazing character. J. Michael Tatum, my beloved. Yeah, to be fair, that's barely there. Yeah, that's why I'm still putting it up here in spite of it. It's just that something, I'm only mentioning it because something needed to like be a deciding factor on why it's not as good, on why I don't like it as much as Yu Yu or Bebop. Wouldn't call them a great romantic subplot. They're fine, IMO. Yeah, I wouldn't call it great, but I still really like them as a pairing. Because the way they play off each other is actually endearing, usually, more than it isn't. And like, Ed's inevitable proposal, and like the inevitable marriage proposal is it's the most awkward and cringy thing ever, and that's why I love it. Travis Willingham as Roy is fucking awesome. True! I miss hearing him and Laura Bailey in general. I miss them in anime. Yes, me too. But to be fair, Laura Bailey is talented enough to deserve like bigger roles. Like, absolutely. And hey, she was in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. She was good in this too. But yeah, it's on a lot of it's on multiple streaming services. I think it's on both Hulu and Netflix. Go watch it. Just as good as everyone says it is, if not better. I have a friend that prefers the original FMA anime over Brotherhood. She likes how the original anime is darker. Okay. I haven't seen the original anime. I might give it a chance, though. Anyways, Final Fantasy III. The 3D remake. Specifically, the DS version. You know, the one where the post-game activated by fucking Wi-Fi features that don't work anymore. Thanks, Nintendo! This is why, if you want to play the 3D remake, play the PSP version. You don't have to rely on a Wi-Fi connection. But otherwise, Alex Rokon also said this game was bad. Another moment where I can say Alex Rokon was lying. I mean, it's not like an amazing game or anything. I can agree with him on how it's not up there with like 6, 4, or 9 in terms of like a dark story. But it's not trying to be. It's trying to be a more lighthearted. Like, it's adapting a game that was essentially a D&D template of a game. And even then, there's still like an effort to give the characters like any identity at all. Like by giving them names, having at least one of the characters bond with one of the key supporting roles. Yeah, the Crystal Tower. Alex was fully correct on the Crystal Tower, where he said where he said he deserved to get sent to hell and be turned to table scraps by Cerberus. Yes, that final dungeon was horrid. Like, it was literally a giant middle finger to the player, because at minimum, it will take you 2 hours to beat with no save states. Unless if you literally leave the fucking Crystal Tower. That's the only way you can do any save states. Aside from its quick save mechanic, but it's gonna go away once you boot it up, so... Who gives a shit? Absolutely awful, awful final dungeon. But aside from that, it's alright. It's a charming little story, and for what it's worth, I like the gameplay. I think that the classes were pretty fun to use. Even if they weaken your stats, that's clearly a balancing thing. Geomancer was cool. Dragoons were fun. I like how there's some good variety, even though some classes are clearly meant to be clones of each other. Like, I think the only one that isn't the case is like the White Mage and the Devout, where the Devout is just a strictly better version of the White Mage. But yeah, I'd say that this was a very fun and charming RPG. And I really hope Final Fantasy fans can accept that Final Fantasy can be low stakes just as much as it's dark and emotional. Because I know plenty of Final Fantasy fans who were very much not like that. Amazing how I needed to take a shower the moment you timed me. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, Final Fantasy 3 DS. Like I said, just play the PSP version. It's apparently better in the Pixel Remaster. Yeah, I figured. Chad, what do you think about Mr. Birchum? Have you by chance heard of a show called Mr. Birchum? What do you think about that? What do we think, chat? Daily Wire's best queer media? Mediocre LGBT comedy, not gonna lie. I want normal beer! No, that's next. The normal beer is next. In your best Ben Shapiro... Okay, for the next 2 shows, describe your thoughts in your best Ben Shapiro impression. Okay, folks, so let's just say, hypothetically, Mr. Birchum actually is LGBT comedy. It still deserves to be in G tier because it doesn't actually have enough gay sex in it. It doesn't have enough Jews fucking people. Okay, folks, and it also acknowledges the fact that asexual people exist, and as we all know, people like to say that asexuals aren't real. They don't exist. Okay, folks, you see what I'm getting? So let's just say hypothetically let's just say hypothetically asexual people do exist. Like, how are they any different from heterosexuals? I feel like the show doesn't really explore that, and they should. Even though there's no asexual character and there's no real heterosexual, only heteronormative characters. To me, asexual people don't exist. Okay, folks? But let's just say hypothetically, they did exist. Okay, I think this might be getting a little too far for me. But, okay, real talk. Mr. Birchum is just incompetent. Like, just no way around it. Like, a lot of people say how it makes the antagonist the most likable, the most likable character ever. That's 100% true. And the old Norm wiki was made by an ace person, by the way. Oh, really? Interesting. But anyways, they're absolutely right Carponzi is unironically the most likable character in the show. Can we go back to say Jonathan Simeon for cartoon dilfs? Sadly, there are no cartoon dilfs in Mr. Birchum. If there was, it'd probably be higher, but there isn't, so no. No. But what I don't see nearly enough other people talking is that Eddie is also an incredibly likable character as well, despite the show insisting on trying to dunk on him. Like, yeah, he is portrayed as someone who's lazy and still lives with his still lives in his parents' basement, which admittedly I do think it's kind of weird. And then, like, admittedly I do think it's kind of weird that he still do that, but the only reason I say that is because Eddie's making a fucking killing off of streaming. Like, based on what the show says, he's like regularly streaming. He's getting sponsorships. He streams to like hundreds, if not thousands of people. He regularly partakes in video game competitions and like winning in them, where he makes at minimum $15,000 per event. Like, by all means, he's perfectly capable of living on his own. And yet the show wants you to think that, no, actually, he's not putting in any hard work. Because I'm Adam Carolla! I want to tell you that you don't know that the point of hard work is that it's hard. And it's work. And someone needs to stop the progress on the progressives. That is an actual quote. Those are actual quotes that are meant to be used as, like, a voice of reason, by the way. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it deserves to be in G tier. The rage with the piano is hilarious. Like, I'm Adam Carolla! I hate when people don't express hard work, but I also hate it when people want me to do hard work myself! I'm a walking fucking stupid contradiction, but I do not want people to think that. Imagine promoting itself on being a show no one wanted. True. Fucking wild, man. Yeah. And like, even then, like, back to Eddie real quick. Even with all how much of a killing he's making being a streamer and like an esports competitor, he still makes time for his family, which, if you have any sense of it, it is nowhere near as easy to do as you might think. Like, for instance, in these 6 episodes, yes, 6 episodes in one season, and no, this was not a case where they would show the second half of the season later. No, this was supposed to be a full season. And then, but even with that, he still helps his mom sell a mansion by using his influence, and he also helps use his influence to help Birchum get into the U-Tool store with like significantly less waiting time. In fact, just mentioning that Eddie was his son was enough to get him help immediately, because U-Tool was a proud sponsor of Eddie's streams and content. And he also helped Birchum get out of a depression state. Yet this is the character you want to frame as lazy and inconsiderate of his family? Is this really the character you want to portray as such? Lest we forget about Carponzi, who works 2 jobs, who genuinely cares about his students far more than Birchum does, yet somehow Birchum is always in the right, and Carponzi is firmly always in the wrong for some reason. And he still does volunteer work, which again, Birchum did not want to do until he discovered he could use some tools he happens to like, despite constantly nagging and scolding his family for supposedly not putting in any hard work. Even though, as we've established, Eddie puts in a lot of hard work, as a streamer... Oh my gosh. Yeah, this show is just hilariously incompetent. And it's a new norm, exact same way, but I will say it is a little better than Mr. Birchum. And that's only because of the character designs. Like, I think the character designs look way better. Like, let me look up a picture of Mr. Birchum real quick. See if I can get the one image, like specifically. No, okay. Here's the image I'm looking at. Open image in new tab. Here. The reason why this design is bad is because of that weird line, this weird line underneath his mustache. Almost looks like a smiley face, but this is not supposed to be him smiling. And once it's pointed out to you, you can never unsee it. Like, you cannot unsee it as a smiley face. Not only that, why does he have a shirt pocket with pens? Pens! He does woodwork! What does he need pens for? Like this it's just a bad design. And he doesn't even look like someone who's like all tough and nitty-gritty or whatever. But then you look at his design in the pilot, or just look at the pilot in general. Like, okay, that image is too small. Let me see if I can find something better. Where is it? Oh, okay. I'll just use Jose's thumbnail. Like, I'll just use this thumbnail by Jose. Also, watch Jose's content. It's really good, especially if you need something in the background. But you look at his design from the pilot, and it's a lot better. Like, yeah, he still has that under lip thing, but I think it only appears when his mouth is open. And, like, he does have a shirt pocket, but it contains things he actually has in it. Like, that he would use for woodworking. And also, I really like these glasses, as they kind of look like wood, like the type of goggles you'd wear in wood shop. That's actually pretty clever. Decently clever. And also, like, I mean, it's a better design fitting for what the pilot was going for. Though, like, I won't exactly be defending the pilot in court. Like, obviously it's significantly better than the final version we got. But as someone who's seen that pilot, I can also understand why it didn't get greenlit. Because it didn't have a lot to stand out. But anyways, back to the new norm. It ain't the same as the old norm, I'll tell you that much. I try to imagine just pen cap, not a single pen in that pocket. True. Yeah, dude on the tube, I think you're saying it best. With the new norm, episode 1 tries so hard to be anti-woke is pathetic. Episode 2 has things going on, yet they just happen, and episode 3 has nothing happening, but a story is there. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, dude on the tube. I mostly agree with you, except for this part right here. At least when you just look at the animations. Like, obviously, don't worry, I'm not trying to time anybody out this time. But obviously, like, it wants to be anti-woke based on how it's trying to market itself. But then you actually watch the episodes, and it's oddly centrist, or far more moderate than it thinks it is. But ironically, it's not trying to say anything. What's up, B-Man 9000? Like, it's ironically not really saying anything. Like, it's trying to both sides of the conversation. Like, I guess in that sense, it's kind of the South Park of Twitter. But no, it is not funny. The writing is just bad. its messages are all over the place. It doesn't know what it wants to be. The pilot is the best episode, and that's actually terrible. Because the pilot's supposed to be your worst episode, from my experience. Alright. Jujutsu Kaisen. This is just season 1. I still need to check. I do plan to check out season 2 at some point, but this is just season 1. I was impressed with it. Like, I think I mentioned it in my death battle, in my review for Gojo vs. Makima. But I quite enjoyed Jujutsu Kaisen quite a lot. Like, I thought that the beginning really hooked me. Like, the only other time I've been hooked on an anime this quickly was Yu Yu Hakusho, which is my favorite shonen. Though, as you can see, I don't think it's nearly as good. Because, like, I do think that some of the characters are less interesting than I would like. And, like, it's more just solid than, like, really, really good. Yeah, I understand Jujutsu Kaisen isn't exactly the most loved, despite how popular it is. But, I mean, I still enjoyed it enough. And I also saw Jujutsu Kaisen, the Zero movie. I enjoyed that as well. So, like, I'll definitely be checking out more JJK in the future. Punch Punch Forever is just absolute brain rot, and I mean that in the best way. Like, in fact, I think that its cringe comedy works so much better than Murder Drones because the tone is consistent throughout. Yet it still has rather charming moments. Actually, no, I'll put it at like high B, because like it is brain rot, but it also works as like a good homage to old anime. Like, Gogo's a lovable ditz. No is the type of, like a punk older sister you'd see in anime. And Momo is the maternal figure you often see. And it's, like, playing into its identity so much that it loops back around to being very charming. Yeah, this is the final indie YouTube cartoon in this tier list. LS Marks, Catching Up. Now, I just want to preface, I like LS Mark. I think he makes really solid, I think he makes pretty good videos. Like his video on Steven Hillenberg is like probably the best video he's ever made. Which, I'm not saying that as a mean of downplaying his like usual content or anything. I mean that as like, he truly is evolving as a creator. Like, and his Family Guy, and also his Family Guy character analyses are just a joy to watch. But his cartoon, it's fine. It's just fine. Like, I thought the characters were pretty generic. Like, it's just Michael Kovac. Again, it's just Michael Kovac being Michael Kovac because he's in everything. Though, like, I will say, I love the animation style. I really like the line work. I adore the colors. It's just that the story and characters, I mean, it's a pilot episode, so, like, I can't be too harsh. And I will be keeping an eye on it when he makes more episodes of this, because, like, I think he is working on episode 2. And, like, it also had a shockingly high amount of cameos. Like, Uncle Al was in it. Cat Icarus played a dying ferret or something. Scott the Woz was in it. And I had the biggest fucking jump scare when I heard Zach Hadel in this, like, playing one of the polar bear security guards. Like, that was a real jump scare. But I'll be keeping an eye on this, but I wasn't that impressed. Walk the Line and Tick Tick Boom, I'm gonna both rank in B tier at once. Though, like, I'd say I like Tick Tick Boom a little more. But, like, generally I have similar things to say about both of them. Like, they're both biopics. Catching Up is literally just Fairly Odd Parents, but an adult version, which is funny. I can kind of see that. Anyways, they're both very like, Tick Tick Boom is more of a musical than Walk the Line, whereas Walk the Line just has some, like, concert scenes for its music. But they're great. Oh, and also, Walk the Line was Joaquin Phoenix way before Joker. Just want to say. And he's fantastic in this. Like, like, I don't have that much connection between like with Jonathan Larson. Like I've never seen Rent. I don't know anything else. I don't know much about anything else he did during his lifetime. Going to bed now, it's getting pretty late. Night, dude on the tube. Thanks for tuning in. Anyways, but for some reason it just felt like the most He's Just Like Me for real movie that I've ever seen. And no, it's not because he happens to be named Jonathan. It's for reasons that I can't really explain. Though, like, I do have more to say about Walk the Line because Johnny Cash is, like, very beloved in my family and close friends. Like I do want to say, like, my brother has a dog named June, named after June Carter Cash. And my closest friends from high school who are married, they also have a dog named June, who's named after June Carter Cash. Very funny coincidence. And yeah, I can definitely see why Johnny Cash's story resonates with them. It's just that since, like, and I like Johnny Cash's music. Like, Ring of Fire is good. His cover of Hurt is also great. I like his other music as well, even though I haven't actively listened to it nearly as much as the rest of my family. But it's good stuff. And Johnny Cash's upbringing and his, like, lack of faithfulness to his first wife and how he turned his life around when he met June. Like, I can definitely see why that resonates with them. Because, like, Johnny Cash is one of those complicated men, but, like, in a Robert Downey Jr. sort of way. Where, like, he used to be a piece of shit, but then actually changed his ways and became a better person. Though there are documents saying that he did relapse a couple times, but they weren't, like, scandalous or anything. Like, they didn't really hurt his reputation that much, from what I gathered. And though, like, the only problem I have for this movie and why I prefer Tick Tick Boom to it is that I just think that Walk the Line, like, they didn't really clear up his relationship with his father all that much. Like, I feel like the resolution just happened too fast. So, like, for that reason, I think it could have been done better, but I can definitely, but, like, if I was anyone else in my family, they'd probably put it up one of these two tiers. But for me, I just think it's a solid biopic. It's good. Okay, chat. Context. One of my classes just randomly decided to have a massive brain rot session over cats. Like, this is 2019. This is a 2019 adaptation. They just had a massive brain rot session over Cats and was like, have you seen Cats? It's so good, Lamau. So clearly best musical of all time. And I'm like, okay, I've never seen it, so let's watch it. And if any of my peers are watching this stream or end up watching this part of the video, I don't care if they never actually asked me to watch it. They still pushed the joke so far that it made me morbidly curious to watch it. Instantly regret it. It's not G tier. It's not G tier. I wouldn't say that. But it is terrible. And it's not just the visuals. I'm aware that the original Cats musical has a non-linear storytelling where it's like you go through a neighborhood and meet a bunch of people. They did not translate that into the film at all. Like, not well at all. Like, not even a little bit. Thoroughly unenjoyable experience. And the bad costume designs didn't help either. Yeah, everything bad you've heard about it, they're right. Also, James Corden. The Addams Family. It's a low C, but I can definitely see why it's a classic. It's definitely a fun movie. More than it is an interesting movie in terms of like narrative and such, but it clearly wants to be more fun than like trying to tell a compelling narrative. Like, it's about the vision. I guess I hate making this comparison, but it's kind of like Cats, where it's about the visuals, the charming characters, just the environments you see, like, and just the atmosphere of it all, and it all works. Not something that resonates with me because I didn't grow up with it, though if I did, I definitely would love it more than I currently do. Because it is kind of aimless, but that's not a problem. Mario Party Jamboree, the game I forgot to put on this list, and I feel bad because it's literally one of the best Mario Party games of all time. One of the, not my favorite, but one of, if not the most well-rounded Mario Party games. Like, all the boards are great. Like, its weakest boards are still alright. And all the minigames are really fun. Except for Gatekeepers, that one sucks. And like, there are a couple others that aren't as good, but man, it's fine. Like, I mean, they're still not bad. Some of it's just other ideas. Gonna be heading to bed now, as in probably just read a light novel in bed for a Versus blog I'm making. Lol, good night, dude. Night Art, thanks for tuning into the stream. And we'll be streaming Xenoblade 3 again on Sunday, so hope you can tune in for that as well, because I know you enjoyed the last Xenoblade 3 stream. Anyways, yeah, Jamboree has a very good roster, even though Diddy Kong is missing, but he's got playable Bowser, so that's always a good sign. And it's just fun. Also great online. Resident Alien. This is a show that my dad recommended me to watch. And, because, like, being a fan of Psych, I was like, sure, I could watch another comedy mystery. And, like, obviously I already put it in B tier, so that probably explains my the fact that I like my opinion on it pretty well. But like, I feel like it's fair to distinguish it as a comedy and as a mystery. As a comedy, it's just not that funny. Like, it has good moments, like generally the banter between Harry, the alien, who's disguising himself as a human doctor, and the mayor's son. Like, the banter between them, it works, and occasionally makes me laugh out loud, because you have like the alien who actually is smarter than every human combined, but is still losing to the kid's immature street smarts, like every time without fail. It's a solid dynamic, albeit one that you've probably seen before, but it works well enough here. And it also has this one joke where Harry accidentally takes a picture, asks why, and then someone asks why they did that, and then he says, selfie, and then he takes another selfie, and then it's the creepiest, ugliest smile you've ever seen. And it's just like, and that's clearly the joke, and it made me laugh pretty hard. But otherwise, it's like Full Metal Alchemist, where it does reuse the humor quite a bit, like the same jokes. But like, as a mystery, it's actually really fucking good. Like, because you start off saying, okay, so there's this alien who's disguising himself as a doctor named Harry, and it's like the mystery, and then you see that the mayor's son is the only person in the town of Patience, Colorado, who's able to see his true form, who's able to see through his disguise, and it's like, oh, so it's just a matter of whether he gets caught. But no, they establish that line pretty often. Like, nobody finds out, like, not right away, but Harry and the kid are on a truce. Like their rivalry, if you can even call it that, is dead. They kill it off pretty early. But even then, there's still like much more to it. Like, how's Harry gonna find his device? Then he finds the device, but like, how is he gonna get it? And like, how is he gonna balance it between his life on Earth, as like he's discovering what it means to be a human? Again, that's a plot line you've probably seen before. Alien who hates humanity ends up discovering what it means to be human and no longer wants to destroy humanity. Yeah, it's one you've seen before. I mean, probably not to this extent because like, it's in a mystery format and it just always feels like it's one step ahead of you. It's like really, really good. Like, as a mystery, it's probably like around here, but as a comedy, it's like one of these two tiers. But it wants to be a mystery more than it wants to be a comedy, so I'd recommend checking it out if you haven't already. Like, it's a good mystery. Constantly unfolds. And hey, it also has some pretty good side plots, like Asta is a character girl. And yes, there is actually a character named Asta, and it's a girl. That kind of threw me for a loop too. Just took a NyQuil, been sick with the flu this week. Oh, sorry, hope you feel better. May fall asleep during the stream against my will. Well, good night just in case. Anyways, yeah, the character's name is Asta, and like, she also has her own things going on, like trauma, like as a survivor of domestic abuse, as well as like her relationship with Darcy, who, despite a first impression, didn't end up as unlikable as I thought she'd be. Also wanted to let you know that I started GoFundMe for my show. Cool, good luck with that. And then like, there are other, and like, even the mayor and his wife get into a debacle, which isn't amazing, but the way it resolves is actually really funny. I won't spoil it, as you should really see it for yourself. And I'm currently enjoying season 2, and I think my dad made a good recommendation for this one. Okay, but here we are, gang. Transformers 1. The very movie that made me a Transformers fan. Yes. Absolutely transcendent experience. Absolute cinema. Like, I fucking love the dynamic between Orion and D16. Like, and also, holy shit, Chris Hemsworth knows how to voice act. Why didn't nobody tell me this? Right now, I'm not like deep into Transformers yet, though I have started Transformers Prime and the Transformers animated series, like 07 animated series, I believe. Those are the ones I'm watching right now because the latter's free on YouTube, and the former was the one that was recommended most to me when I asked people what Transformers media I should check out next, since I really liked 1. And like, as a movie, I was honestly concerned if they were gonna like leave the Megatron resurgence like something to be desired, but no, they don't do that. They pull it off extremely well. Like, I was semi-familiar with Transformers lore to know that, okay, this is probably going to be the movie where he's going to become Megatron, but it's not going to come much into play until like maybe the next movie or something. Transformers was animated by the guy who animated Ben 10 Omniverse, ripped to legendary Jay White. Yeah, rest in peace. Because that man, I'm already convinced that he's a great animator, even though I've only seen 1 episode so far. But anyways, and I was like, okay, so they're gonna, they're gonna have him go through the robot Homelander storyline thing. And then eventually, they're gonna go through the robots, Homelander storyline, have D16 take over, and then eventually tease the Megatron thing. And it is kind of a tease, but they still kind of don't do that at the same time. Like, they actually show D16 becoming Megatron, with that iconic scene, I am Megatron! And I'm sure, like, we all know the one scene, the "No, I want to kill him!" What I don't see a lot of other people talking about is that it's actually fantastic. It's that unironically, like, you see it in a lot of memes nowadays, but it's unironically a fantastic meme. Megatron's voice acting, by the way. Yes, exactly. Yeah, and, like, I think he's also voiced by, Miles Morales' dad from the Spider-Verse films, I think. So, like, obviously he's like a veteran voicing veteran, if you will. But Chris Hemsworth isn't. This is like his first real voice acting performance, and he blew me away. Like, I didn't even know it was him until I looked at the voice cast. I was like, what the fuck? Like, he did so good. Oh my gosh. And yeah, this movie should have been nominated for the Oscars of 2024, like best animated. It should have been nominated at the Oscars over Moana 2. But at the same time, I'd be lying if I said The Wild Robot didn't deserve it more. It's not in this tier list, but I did watch it like last month, and it's fucking phenomenal. Wait, no, no. Moana 2 didn't get nominated. Let me look up what did get nominated. Let me look it up. Okay. Well, feature film, short film, cinematography, costume. Best picture, production design, live action, sound. Where's the animated? Where's the animation? Oh, I passed it. Oops. Yeah, it looks like the nominees were Flow, Inside Out 2, Memoir of a Snail, Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul? Really? Already? And The Wild Robots. Like, I heard that Vengeance Most Foul was really good, but like, already an Oscars nomination? Like, I assumed that Sonic 3 couldn't qualify for the Oscars because it appeared too late. Yeah, the nominations aren't bad, but I feel that Transformers 1 should have been one of them. But I guess maybe the lineup was just that stacked. But either way, absolutely amazing film. Wicked Part 1. Yeah, I'd say I liked it. Like, The Wicked was a musical that everyone in my family knew about and listened to a couple of the songs, but never actually saw the musical in its entirety, and still hasn't. Actually, no. No, Wicked deserves to be in B tier, because Cynthia Erivo, amazing singer. Seriously. Yeah, and like Ariana Grande was actually pretty good. Like, pretty fun character. But like, Cynthia Erivo really stole the show. The sets were good. Defying Gravity was the song that I always associated and remembered. And I loved how it was handled here. Though for my sister it was the song Popular song. Like, that was my sister's, and I think one of my brothers too. And like, they also had a scene featuring the original actors of Wicked Witch of the West and like the two witches, like the original actors from the Broadway production. Like, I didn't get it at first, but then I had it explained to me, and I was like, oh, cool, fan service. Yakuza Like a Dragon. Yeah, Cartoon She is right. fucking play Yakuza, because I can already tell this franchise is a gem. Like, yeah, like a Dragon was one of those games where the more I played it, the more I started to understand how ingenious the whole thing was. Like, though I am kind of surprised as to, like, I am relatively surprised as to, like, how Yakuza fans were able to be so accepting of the turn-based battles as opposed to the traditional beat-em-up combat that the Yakuza series has normally had, because I feel like that's a stark difference. But, like, they enjoyed it, and hey, props to them. Like, I gotta understand why they say Ichiban was a great follow-up to Kiryu, because he is. He's a fantastic character. Absolutely love the dork. But the combat, I am just a little curious. Mortal Kombat even mispronounced Yakuza. What the fuck? Did they really? Oh, no way. And, like, I will absolutely be playing more Yakuza this year. And, like, the combat actually grew on me because I liked how Ichiban's hero complex and overactive imagination, like, actually gives substance to why the combat system is the way it is. Because, like, he loves JRPGs. Like, he loves Dragon Quest. So, like, naturally, there'd be some JRPG mechanics here and there. And, like, when you just look at it as a combat system, it's not the most amazing thing ever. Like, I do think there are better turn-based combat systems, but Like a Dragon's is still very good. You should play the No More Heroes trilogy this year. I have. I literally have a video on No More Heroes 2. And I also really like the first game almost as much. And same with No More Heroes 3. It's Travis Strikes Again I need to play, though, to be fair. Anyways, like a Dragon. In the story, I don't want to spoil it, but it hit me just as hard as FMA Brotherhood, where it got me crying and it made me wanting more. And to be fair, there is a post game which I haven't gotten to yet, but yeah. Die Hard, another classic I got to see. Putting it in B. Again, not much to say about it because there's been so much said about it already. I like the constant back and forth between the hero and villain. I think it's very funny that it's a Christmas movie. I think it's just a solid action movie. I can understand why it's a classic. How is this a Christmas movie? Because it takes place during Christmas time. Yeah, like I said, I don't have much to say. Lupin the Third. Okay, keep in mind, this is Lupin the Third Part 1. I'm sorry. I just thought it was very average. Like, I was very confused by the relationship between... Like, it did get better, but it took quite a while to get there. Like, this is classic Lupin, like from the 1970s, where Miyazaki started his directorial debut. When, like, part 1, it's just fine. Like, I thought the pacing was really weird. Some of the stories were a little too reliant on ass poles, and I was really confused by what type of dynamic they wanted to have for Lupin and Fujiko. And there were definitely some really fun stories, but most of them were around the end. However, don't take this as me sleeping on Lupin the Third. Classic to be exact. As A, I've seen Castle of Cagliostro. I know Lupin's peak. B, I was told by multiple people part 1 gets better, and like it becomes really good by part 2. And they're right. And C, the more I keep watching Lupin, the more it starts to become a comfort show for me. So, like, part 1 sadly isn't too great, but just know part 2 would very much be up here. That's right, Matt Saye. Grandma got run over. I'm just gonna play the Dubis short. I'm just gonna play the Dubis cartoon.
Grandma.
Y'all ready, chat? We're gonna watch a movie.
Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
That's the story. That's the fucking story, chat. Unironically, Niga Higa's take on Grandma Reindeer was epic. But yeah, this I consider to be the ideal way to experience Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. Aside from, like, Niga Higa, however you pronounce his name. Otherwise, F. It'd be in G tier, but it has ironic enjoyment. Anyways, tune in next year when I talk about 8 Crazy Nights. Woo! Okay. Asura's Wrath. And then we're gonna end it off with Sonic stuff. Yeah. This was the last thing I checked out, and I'm glad I got to end off with a bang. Fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. And it's a game that actively challenges the idea that you cannot like blend together like cinematics, and challenges the idea that video games shouldn't be movies, because this one does it phenomenally well. Like, I can understand if people aren't as into it, cause like the actual combat itself is very, very simple and kind of mindless, despite how bombastic its cutscenes are. But like, I heavily disagree with it being like more of a movie than a game. No, it's a video game, tried and true. Like, no way around. Like, I don't see any other way around it. Because even though it relies a lot on QuickTime events, the QuickTime events heavily rely on your empathy and sympathy for Asura's tragic story, and it fucking works. Like, not every QuickTime event is like this, but the ones that are, like, you're not just button mashing because the game's telling you to. You're button mashing because you really want to help Asura, because he's in an incredibly dire situation. Whether he's being crushed by the Wizen's fist, or trying to catch a sword that is just expanding longer and longer and longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. And this especially reaches a peak with the Chakravartin fight, where like it has its own action commands, which like really puts the whole thing into perspective. Like, it takes a long time. It takes a long time for me to explain. It's getting kind of late, so I'm not in the best headspace to explain it right now. But it's fucking phenomenal, and that's why it's up here. Fantastic game. 10 out of 10 story. 10 out of 10 soundtrack. Maybe a 5 out of 10 actual gameplay, but like, for what it wants to be, it does it extremely well. And finally, chat, we're almost done. We got the Sonic stuff. And I'm just going to rank them both. I'm going to put Sonic X Shadow Gens in S, and Sonic Movie 3 in A. Not S. It's not quite S. Like, I think I pointed out my problems with it in, like, my Matt Walsh video, where I didn't quite vibe with some of the directions the humor was, and no, Gerald Robotnik is not that attractive. Sucks to say, But I mean, you gotta have a full set of hair for me to call you a silver fox. And like, I also think that it does have a couple pacing problems. Like, even in some of its best scenes, like the ending exchange between Sonic and Shadow before they do the yo dab me up and both become super to stop the Death Egg from destroying the Earth. Like, I think that the conversation that they're trying to say is pitch perfect. But it's just that it's done in the middle of a fight where, I mean, I guess it's not really pacing per se, more just like it's happening. Matt Walsh's own audience roasting him for his bad take is genuinely hilarious, though. True! I'm really praying that Matt Walsh fades into complete irrelevancy. Especially because, like, he does not deserve a platform. Even, like, not only are his views, like, genuinely horrific and terrible and cruel for no reason, but he's just an incompetent flunky that people are gaslighting themselves into thinking is more important than they actually are. Like, he built an entire career off of an inability to take criticism, pretty much. But anyways, back to what we're talking about. Yeah, but like, both of these things, like the Year of Shadow just generally, best time I've ever had as a Sonic fan since childhood. Easily the best time. Like, watching the movie, playing an awesome remaster, an awesome 3D World plus Bowser's Fury-esque Sonic game. Like, Shadow Generations, some of the best Sonic content ever. Like, straight up. I love the level design is intricate and exciting. The story actively challenges the fact that Ian Flynn can't write Shadow. Because, like, he had a lot of it. Because, like, the story was by him, essentially. And the open world also expands on Frontiers, like, in a way that I think is a little better. Like, don't get me wrong, I still really liked Frontiers. I think that it was a great step for an open world Sonic game. But its physics weren't exactly able to keep up with his ambition. Like, it did get janky at points. Like, it was a point. Like the environments weren't that interesting, but that was also kind of a point because these islands were mysterious and because, like, the mysterious islands weren't meant to have, like, an extreme identity. Like, I feel like the immersion would have been shattered if they actually tried to make the levels look creative. But I can also understand why that does nothing for other people. But Shadow Generations is, like, an even bigger step towards, like, an open world Sonic game. I'd have to see more to see if Ian can write Shadow. The writing clearly was much more collaborative than Frontiers, and obviously the comics. Yeah, but that's true, but you also have to keep in mind that Ian Flynn is also working within, like, heavy restrictions on how Sonic characters should be written. Though thankfully with this and Sonic Movie 3, I think that Sega's going to be a lot more lenient with how people write Sonic characters. Like, I'm sure that they're still going to have restrictions, because obviously they don't want to have another Pendering or whatnot. But like Shadow was, like, one of the strictest characters they've seen, and, like, people are just hating on Ian Flynn for no reason. Like he said that he didn't like how Amy was so one-dimensional, which she was in most of her appearances, and people got mad at him for it for some reason. Like, he said he liked Amy and Boom then in most of the games. Like, and chat, really think about it. Like, I'd like to ask, has Amy ever been, like, that good of a character? Like, that well written? like I've heard the argument saying that, like, I'm not saying that you need to take away her love for Sonic, because I understand that is a key part of her character, but there are better ways to do it. But there are just so much better ways to do it than just like making her a one-dimensional fangirl that actively distracts from the story. Like, that's how she was written in Heroes. That's how she was written in Adventure 2. That's kind of how she was written in 06-ish, or at least it started off that way. Like, she mistook, like, albeit they at least tried to do something more, but I don't quite remember what they did. But that's how she was. But that's also, but like, the only time Amy's been well written, like, within the Adventure era would be like Adventure 1, but even then, she still had some cringeworthy moments. But like, she at least like is collaborative for she is like important for Gamma stories, so she gets a pass there to me. But unlike in Adventure 2, Heroes, or Riders, where she literally serves no purpose, yet it's just there because, Sonic, I'm simping for you! And then, like, I also agree in the meta era, like the Colors era, I also agree that it not being a part of her character was a bad thing, because, like, what else do you have? A brat! That's how she was written in Sonic Free Riders. That's how she was written in Sonic Generations. At first. Well, actually, just generally. That's how she was written in, was she written like that in Lost World? Pretty sure Amy was better in the Boom Show. Yeah, she was. Like, I mean, yeah, it would have been nice if, like, they did do a couple Son Amy teases with Amy directly. And, but she is sort of like the only normal person of the group, so I think she works. Like, I mean, I guess you could say, like, Sonic or Tails are more normal per se, but Tails is more interested in, like, mechanics, and Sonic expresses an ego. Lamo Supremo, I disagree with you on how she's written worse. I think that she's written better. Or at least, I liked how she was written in Frontiers, where she's more of a Pollyanna. Like, she still cares about Sonic, and is inspired by Sonic's kindness. Like, that adds nuance to the relationship. Like, I mean, I guess I can understand. Like, I mean, I suppose I can understand why, like, I guess I can understand why people didn't really see enough of her inspiration from Sonic. But like, I think that it's a good core for her character. Like, having her actually do something with her inspiration for Sonic other than just chase him because girls chase boys, and also 90s and such. Are you familiar with Splash Dash's Amy video? No, I'm not. What does he say? She was always compassionate to others. Yes, but it also yes, but at the end of the day, she made her pursuing of Sonic a bigger priority. Like, that was the case in Heroes, and like that was the case in Riders. That was the case in Adventure 2. Like, what purpose did she really serve in those games, really? Like, I mean, like, I guess in Heroes there was Chocolate Chow, but she didn't express nearly enough interest in it. Yeah, I think that and it's for, like, I can understand if you think Ian Flynn's writing for Amy has problems. Like, I guess now that I'm shaping it in this way. Help save the world in SA2. No, she doesn't. Like, no, she doesn't. She doesn't contribute very much. Like, she's a background character. She's a background character, really. Like she's not really playable in the main story. She doesn't really contribute to anything. She does, like Knuckles contributed more, and I wouldn't say he was that relevant to the story either. Like, she really doesn't do a whole lot. Necessary for Shadow's character? How? What did she do? Okay, to be fair, I genuinely don't remember. but like, I don't recall her being that relevant to Shadow's character. I thought that, Like what exactly did she do in Adventure 2? Like, I could see how she was relevant to Gamma's story. Like, and I could see how it worked there. I don't think it worked nearly as well in SA2. And especially didn't work in Heroes, where she was just completely one note. The only one to remind him of Maria's real wish? Was it? Was she? I'm pretty sure Sonic also brought that up too. Or something. So, like, I doubt she was the only person. But whatever. We'll have this conversation some other time. But, like, bottom line, I'm really excited for how Sonic 4 is going to write Amy. Fingers crossed she's voiced by someone like Alison Brie. Also, she made Shadow remember Maria's wish by telling humans do bad things, but they're still worth fighting for. Like, basically, like, yeah, and, like, Sonic X Shadow Gen's good. Sonic Movie 3, good. All you need to know now. Let's order this. Let's order this tier list. Put Yakuza at the very top. I said very top. 0AX as well. Then, yeah, Berserk, bottom of A. I think that's fair. Put this higher. Tui above Kazooie. Pikmin 3 Deluxe. Higher. Tales of Arise. I think Arise. I think Arise is fine where it is right now. Yeah, that's good. Put this at the top of D, at least. And then C tier. Yeah, top of C, that's fine. It's Power Stone here, Deadpool, Wolverine here. Dream Team I'll probably put at the bottom. Multiversus, one step above. Then what should go at the bottom of B tier? I think Nick Brawl 2 at the bottom of B. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then Power Stone 2. I think Resident Alien can go like around here-ish. Then Mario Wonder goes here. Superstar Saga goes here. Digital Circus. I think I'll put below Sonic Movie 3, actually. And I'll put Asura's Wrath right there at the bottom. Because the reason it's at the bottom best is because that fucking turtle. I fucking hate the turtle enemies. No, I think it's fine where it is. Paper Mario. Yeah, I think this is a fine order, I'd say. Remember those Rick voice line leaks in Multiversus that basically revealed Ruby was going to be in the game? Yeah. Yeah. Ruby got leaked by Pickle Rick. Alright, let's post this on Bluesky. And then my image 14, boom. And send. I'll post the same thing on Twitter, but Twitter's a scary place, so I won't show any of y'all. I can't wait to see I can't wait to see what kind of out of context clips people will be spreading all over. Like, am I gonna miss out on a public execution on Twitter after that whole Amy discourse that I just caused? Ah, well. Oh, hey, I'll admit, I did not think this would take as long as it did, but night, everybody. I need a drink of water.